Test, 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 test. Okay, looks like everything's coming through finally. Sorry for running late. We had a storm. We're still having a storm, which had a power fluctuation. My dog needs some attention. And then Microsoft was like, yeah, you totally want to update all your shit right now, right? So, sorry for the little delay there. Let me see. With this format, maybe I want to do a horizontal chat today. Let's see how that goes. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. Good to see you, Luan Jax and Sorry Up. Thank you so much for showing up and for being patient and all that. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words there, Luan. I do kind of stumble over issues pretty consistently, but it seems like everything is stable for the time being. Let's hope that maintains. Michael said, Michelle, yeah. I have maybe a weird story I can tell at a later time that a family member of mine worked for Microsoft, and I'm not. I know it sounds like my uncle works for Nintendo, but it's true, and I don't necessarily have the highest regard for the company overall, despite the fact that I, you know, rely on their technology literally every day. So, anyway, race all computers in this timeline. Honestly, the edgy answer to that is that we'd all be better off if we just put our screens away, man. Just went outside and remember what it was like to be real. And I think there's some validity to that, but also, we have benefited massively from the introduction of computers. It's just a matter of just like the make it relevant to the stream. Just like the ninja prosthetics and scientific ninja tools in Boruto, there's nothing inherently wrong with them. It's about how you use them, right? So, I guess it's just a matter of how we use them together as a community. Luan Jack says, the screening will now commence. Please be advised that the content you're about to see may be harmful to Naruto glazers and out-of-context merchants alike. Yes, I appreciate the warning. So I don't know if you have thoughts on it, but I think it was OmniBomni that recommended or that mentioned during our last stream that I think around the same time that I was streaming, Seth was doing a stream where he was again sort of whining about skeptics and all that, and I managed to get through about 10 or so minutes of the stream, and of course it was the same shit we've heard from Noodles and Seth before, kind of vague misunderstandings, lack of interest, lack of personal curiosity in the subject matter, still out here in 2025 not understanding what solar system level means, still out here in 2025 not knowing how to pronounce well, actually, he introduced me to a brand new jutsu that I never heard of called the Susanoo. See, I'm already being too salty to start the stream off, but just like Noodles has his Tsukiyome, Seth has his Susanoo, and he has his Sasori of the Red Sand as well. Nice to still be hearing that fucking 6 years later or whatever. But yeah, it's an ongoing concern, and it's relevant to what I want to talk about tonight. It's just this overall idea of certain Naruto content creators latching onto little pieces of information and then digging their teeth in, digging their heels in, and just refusing to let go because, hey, as long as we can maintain the agenda, as long as we can hold on to this point by the end of the day, then we'll have won, right? Because, hey, it's verbatim stated that X, Y, or Z is the case, right? So that's all we need to do. And I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here, but that's kind of what I'm going to talk about tonight. This stream is, to a certain extent, about dinosaurs, about horses, about deserts. It's about planets, it's about geography, it's about a whole lot of stuff. But really, it's about skepticism, and it's about curiosity more than anything else. Okay, I don't want to do this. Please leave. And it's a continued. That's why I kind of said that this was a what did I say? It was like the anti-skeptic grift Gaiden stream, because at the end of the day, it's totally fine if we wind up disagreeing about any one thing or even all the things on the board tonight. But the one thing that I want us to be able to at least connect on to some extent, the one thing that I'd love to change people's minds about is just the idea that we should be a little bit more cautious and skeptical with our approaches. We should do more work towards putting things in context and understanding not just how the statements themselves work individually, but how they fit into the broader context of the narrative overall. And I'll get into that in a little bit more later. Um, what about the mountains? Says Axel. Great. How's it going, Axel? It's good to see you. Yeah, there are definitely mountains in here somewhere. Let's see. In this section over here, please tell me these are going to load in. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of. So to kind of not spoil it, but kind of give a little bit of preview of what this is. Actually, yeah. Let me just start with this. Let me back up and give a little introduction so you know what all is going on here and what I'm planning to do tonight. There will be mountains involved. You can kind of see some right over there, and we'll get into a whole lot of mountain related stuff. There are no mountains in Passing Say. Oh, dude, I was just reading through some of the Avatar comics, which are great, by the way. I kind of have to thank Sage to a certain extent, Sage of Thick Calves, because so like consistently over the past few months, I've watched a video of his and then been like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. Hang on. And then I go check it, and then I go learn more stuff, and then I come back and feel like I've gotten something out of that whole process. I say thank you in like kind of with a little bit of hesitancy because, well, there's issues associated with the content that I want to get to later. But partially inspired by his video on Pain versus Team Avatar, I picked up the Avatar comics, the omnibus, was it the it starts with the search or the promise and the search and then goes on from there. And I've made it through the first two, and they're really, really good. Like, surprisingly really good. I could see them being episodes from the show. I could hear the characters' voices in my head as I was reading through them. And then meanwhile, I've also been watching The Legend of Korra, and that's a different story. I think, Saria and we have talked about this previously. I think that Legend of Korra overall gets way too much hate, especially from like a certain contingent of somewhat like a gamergatey, misogynistic YouTube, but at the same time, man, I'm struggling to connect with it the way that I did with the original series. There's just a level of bitterness and sarcasm and I don't know, like simmering rage that is pervading the whole show. Not like it's not okay to talk about that stuff or to have that in your show, but compared to the original series is just it's so uplifting, it's so joyful. Like, yes, there are definitely moments of darkness and characters have temper tantrums and they act petty and jealous and childish, but they're kids and they're figuring themselves out. And so it just winds up feeling much more like genuine when they have a bad day or when they're shitty towards each other. They very quickly kind of learn from that and realize what they've done and then like evolve. 2 seasons in, not to spoil anything, but Korra is still like now just sort of barely starting to kind of realize, oh, maybe I shouldn't like act this way all the time. I am hoping that by season 4 we'll have made a full character arc, and I will be eating my words now because she'll just have like kind of come out of the cocoon, so to speak, and evolved, and I'm looking forward to that. But if not, then it's been kind of stressful, honestly, just kind of trying to get through the series at this point. 1 second. I am also ordering some food for my partner who is working late. So multitasking, sorry about that. Sorry, why should I care that Michael's soft? I'm a lesbian. Yes, exactly. Let Michael figure his own, like, limp noodle situation out. I've started doing this crazy thing recently where, rather than drinking water that's inside of things like soda, I've just started, or tea, I'm drinking water that's just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's, you just like get like a bottle and there's only water in it and you just drink it without anything else. And I know like sometimes people do that when they go to the gym or whatever. And like, I think I've done that in the past too, but just like normally when you haven't just worked out, it's crazy. You get the bottle and there's nothing but water in it and then you drink it and it's like, okay, I don't really see the appeal yet, but apparently it's like good for you, so I'm trying to do it more often. And it's like I think I didn't realize that I'd been dehydrated for a long time, until I actually start drinking water. It's like you don't realize how tired you are until you actually get like a good solid night's sleep. Not that I've ever done that. Anyway, so we'll get started in just a second over here. and do a little intro before we dive in. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Okay, so let me check on my DoorDash, make sure that it's actually coming. Okay, perfect. And it's going to be 6:51. Okay, so hopefully my partner can pick it up and I don't have to interrupt the stream. Perfect. Okay, so Bolin, yeah, Bolin, aka Nuktuk, is definitely like seems to be the heart of the show at the moment. There are other characters that I really like. Tenzin is adorable, and I can't believe I didn't realize it was J.K. Simmons playing Tenzin for the longest time, because he just feels he adopts like a different vocal timbre. He adopts a different role. I don't know. He's a very natural actor, and he does a very good job with Tenzin. And then Jinora, the little kid who has a connection to the spirit world, she's great. Asami, I think her name is, the daughter of the like Future Industries person. I like her quite a bit. I think that she's still kind of finding her own, but I almost feel like she was the hero of parts of season 1. She had at times more agency and more like interesting things going on than Korra did, like more character development and all that. So yeah, and seemed like a genuinely nicer person consistently. So yeah, I do also like Bolin a lot. He's just such a genuine, such a sincere person. He feels like the Sokka type, but not like a carbon copy of Sokka, if that makes sense. Sorry, it says, this reminds me of my friend who was telling me about how bad a bachelor party went. Oh, interesting. I'd be very curious to hear more about that if you feel like sharing. My partner actually went to a bachelorette party recently, and it's like, wow, things get really intense. Hey Omni, how's it going? Good to see you. Omni says, hey friends, is this topic in response to a common misconception? Don't see the geography being talked on much. Yeah, so this is, let's just say, inspired by a video that Sage of Thick Calves did. This video over here, Naruto Geography, Naruto University, and specifically the first 7 or so minutes of the video in which he discusses, maybe this is a little mean of me, I don't know, but like, in which he discusses the Naruto world, the planet, and the size of the planet overall. I find some of the points that he makes in this video quite interesting, and I think that overall the video itself is well produced, well edited, as is usual for Sage's standards. And also over here, once it gets to like discussion of other continents and of like an explanation of the world itself, like the various parts of the world, I think he does a good job. There's a couple of mistakes that he makes, in my opinion, like little things like he says that Kakuzu fights, Kakuzu and Hidan fight Team Kakashi in the graveyard, where the graveyard area where the hideout is. And I don't think that's the case. I think they are actually in Konoha. So if you look where my cursor is, or actually if I go back to the Miro board, he's saying that they fight somewhere in the mountain graveyard. I think they fight in the Land of Fire. I think he's confused because, or was at the time, because, they do that little Zoom call into Pain, and they're like helping drain the chakra from the ghetto statue. And I think Pain at the time is over here. And then they like disconnect, and they were somewhere around here after like fighting what's her name, Yukito, and then they're going back through the Land of Fire. So I think they're somewhere over here, and then they're heading for Konoha. So I disagree with that, but whatever, it's not a big deal. He says that the island turtle is like parked or stuck over here. I think the turtle obviously is moved around, but okay, it's fine. Like, this is the general location that it's in, and that's made explicit during the war as well. So there are a couple little things that are little nitpicks, but for the most part, all of this stuff is good. All this stuff is good. If you want to just jump in and have like an overall summary or overview of the different territories in Naruto, I think it's a good summary of the topic, and I want to give credit where credit is due. The problem that I have is with his attempt to, or perspective on, however you want to phrase it, size up the overall size of the planet. And I don't want to spoil it too much, but like that there should give you a little preview as to what maybe some of the issues are. And moreover, I think that at the end of the day, we can disagree about stuff and have a healthy, positive disagreement. I don't need for him or anybody else in particular to believe that the Naruto planet is any specific size. Maybe we'll never know. Maybe it's not an objectively knowable thing given the information that we have. But what I do object to is the way in which he starts with a kernel of information and then makes what I consider to be wild leaps and assumptions off of that kernel of information. And then we had a little discussion in the comments section, just like in the video that he did where he was talking about Tonari and the moon and all that. I found that it sort of resonates with this overall tendency from other people like Noodles and Seth and all that to, again, latch on to small pieces of information out of context, to not really understand how they fit into the broader narrative, to the broader world, and then try to push this one point like really, really firmly, really, really stubbornly, as opposed to being open to like really considering how everything fits in context. So if I accomplish anything in this video, in this series of streams talking about skepticism, it's not to convince anybody that like this character is stronger than that character, or that the world is this size or that size specifically. It's more to just try and raise awareness as to be like, hey, let's all just be a little bit more curious, a little bit more open-minded, a little bit more interested in these topics and do more research. And that applies to me too. If you get to the end of this video and you're like, okay, I think everything this this motherfucking guy just said is totally wrong and bullshit, but he made a good point about doing research. Now I'm going to go do a bunch of research and disprove him. Good. I want you to do that. I want to see your debunking video. I want to hear your counterpoints, right? Because it's about the discussion as opposed to about the specific answers, although I do think the discussion will hopefully lead us to better answers. And on that note, I'll stop babbling for a second, but I was telling Luan earlier today, early in the stream, that I did see a portion of that Seth stream that you mentioned, and yeah, like the way that he talks, the way that he addresses the issues, it's the same kind of extremely frustrating rhetoric that we've talked about before. And it's, to be clear, Sage doesn't do this to that extent. Like Sage is like a 1 out of 10 on the anti-skepticism scale. Seth is like a 25. He's like completely on the other side of the spectrum, but they're still on the same spectrum in terms of like sometimes not really knowing how to, or choosing not to engage with skepticism in a way that then leads to misunderstandings. That's my perspective, and I'm going to try to explain why I feel that way over the course of this video. Catching up on chat over here. Luan Jack says, same, I was so surprised that J.K. Simmons was voicing him, and now even it shocks me a little bit. Yeah, it's quite surprising. It just kind of goes to show you that despite the way that he's consistently cast in some of his roles, like J. Jonah Jameson and all that, he does have like a wide range as an actor, and getting to see like a bit more of his like subtle and tender side and like vulnerable side through Tenzin has been really, really great. Omni Bomni asks, you're talking about Korra? Yeah, I'm actually watching through the series right now. I haven't seen it in a few years, and so I'm reading the Avatar comics, and I'm watching the Legend of Korra as well. I'm about towards the end of season 2. I've just finished up the backstory with Avatar Wong and the and like Rava and Kovu, is that his name? I can't remember the other like the Dark Spirit's name, but yeah, both. I think Kofu's the lion from the Lion King sequel. What the fuck? Anyway, hopefully you know who I'm talking about. But yeah, I'd be curious if you guys have any thoughts about the series overall. I feel like it's treated unfairly. I feel like people are a little too mean to Korra in general, but also I'm not really loving it, so I'm kind of like ambivalent about it. Let's see. Sorry, says he was like, look, I'm Unk now. I'm 26 years old. I loved the party, had a great time, but not being able to sleep because they would wake me up for going to bed at 12 a.m. was terrible. Yes, I understand. There is a group of people across the way from me that they have a pool, and they are like, there's just a chunk of the summer that I've designated in my head as like the pool thought area or pool thought hour, because at a certain time of night, the people come out and they start shouting, and they don't really stop until 2. And part of me wants to be like, get the fuck off my lawn, shut the fuck up, I'm trying to sleep, I gotta get to work tomorrow. But like on the other hand, I was also young once before I was Unk, and like I don't want to, I don't want to be the guy going out there and shaking my cane and being like, "You whippersnappers, like shut the fuck up." I can respect the desire to let loose and have fun. So what I've done instead is like passively aggressively started playing my guitar really loud, because then I have plausible deniability. I'm drowning them out, but I'm also doing something where I'm learning and doing something positive for myself. And like, I don't know, maybe one of them is secretly a fan of hearing Rude Buster from Undertale played slowly to a metronome for 2.5 hours straight. Uh, we'll see. Axel Gray says, "I don't trust the Birdman." Good, good. Well, I hope that eventually, if you watch my content, then you will trust that I am speaking in good faith. In other words, that like I'm genuinely trying to make an honest point. That doesn't mean you should just accept what I'm saying at face value. I hope you'll give me the benefit of the doubt about my intentions. But obviously, like my grandfather always said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So me having good intentions doesn't mean I'll succeed. But if you're willing to, give me the benefit of the doubt that I'm at least trying to be genuine, and you feel comfortable voicing concerns and like challenge me, and you feel like this is a space where you're not going to get shot down if you do that, then I think I've achieved my goal. If I can provide you some entertainment, so it's okay. I think I'm probably overreacting to what you said, but just to cover our bases while we're here, it's no problem. Yeah, the Crow Man. Yeah, I'm really excited to start to get some new art for the channel. I'm currently going back and forth with an artist to try to figure out the best way to do it, but I'm really excited about it. I have not seen J.K. Simmons doing jump rope, although now I'm very, very curious. Onibomni says, "I don't really get their approach, just seem to stunt strengthening of arguments and explorations of other chains of logic that can be used." Yeah, so I was trying to get into this earlier today in my head. Like, I was trying to think about the best way to, like, if this question came up, and I don't really have a perfect response to it, but the way that it seems to me is that when you engage in, a specific kind of literary analysis and literary interpretation, which is what we're doing here, right? We are doing art interpretation. I know it might not seem that way because we're talking about calcs and talking about feats and scaling and debates and stuff like that, but what we're doing is we're reading art, and like, if you doubt that that's the case, I mean, just go through here and look at this stuff. Like, we are looking at works of art, at artwork. We are trying to understand it. And some of us try to understand it by, like, look at how fucking cool this is, by the way. I just wanted to show this off. We are looking at, Horse preview. We're looking at somebody's work of art, a team's work of art, and we are trying ostensibly to understand and appreciate it. And there are different methods and different lenses through which we can do this. And power scaling, in my head, debating from my perspective, can be a great way to do that. It's a great tool to do it because, in my head, in order to have a debate with somebody and have it be a productive and meaningful and earnest debate, you have to really understand the subject that you're talking about. If I want to explain to you why, like, Gaara or like Lee beats Sasuke or something like that, I have to understand their abilities, their personalities, their characters, the history around them. I have to understand things like chakra. I have to understand battle tactics. The more I understand about them within the context of the narrative, the better I can do at debating. But of course, having all of that knowledge in and of itself doesn't win you a debate. You have to understand how to communicate your ideas effectively, but then also you have to be aware that if you're going up against somebody in a competition and they are very competitive, well, you're going to need to know how to compete, and that's a very different skill set. Frankly, not a skill set that I possess. I think I'm pretty good at articulating points and explaining what I think and like providing evidence, but if I'm talking to somebody who wants to fight me, I'm not going to be very good at winning the fight or at resolving that, because I don't have the experience. I don't care to develop the experience and the skills in like fighting people verbally the way that somebody like Noodles or Seth would do. So that being said, if you find something valuable or entertaining about having those verbal bouts, those verbal competitions, it's not for me to tell you you can't do that. Although I will say, like, don't use slurs, like don't be abusive or manipulative, Seth. But at the same time, like, the actual practice of doing that, it's okay. If you enjoy doing that, that's great. But what tends to happen, and what I noticed happening to myself, even when going through and preparing this, is that you start to go through manga, you start to go through media with a specific lens, looking for specific kinds of information. You know, I went through a good chunk of the series specifically scanning for anything that could help me support my perspective on what the world looks like and how big the world is and stuff like that. And in so doing, I skipped over character conversations, I skipped over like background things happening, I skipped over little tender moments between characters or characters on their own, ruminating, training, whatever, because all I was doing was focusing on this one thing. And if I can present this to you guys and I can like publish a video proving that I understand it better than Sage does or whatever the fuck else, right? Like, then I've met my victory condition, right? Like, I've achieved what I was looking to achieve. Maybe that sort of thing is motivating to some people. I guess it's sort of motivating to me because I'm doing this. But at the end of the day, like, I necessarily have missed out on a whole bunch of other shit because I just didn't have time to focus on all that while I was putting this together. And if you do that month after month, year after year, competition after competition, what I think I see anyway is that it forces your brain into looking at things in one very particular way. You get very good at one particular sort of thing, you get not so good at other sorts of things. And this is a double-sided sword, so to speak, right? Like, Sage's Reign is one of my favorite Naruto YouTube channels. He does amazing analysis and commentary on the narrative and on the characters. I don't think he's going to win a debate against Noodles. Noodles does whatever he does. I don't think he's capable, like physically, mentally capable of doing a video like Sage's Reign, because he just hasn't trained or practiced or taken any interest whatsoever in really understanding the story and the narrative for what it is. He's focused exclusively on the competitive aspect of the debating. The problem with that is that if all you're doing is you're like panning for gold, essentially, you're like sifting through the story and through the art and only extracting little individual nuggets that serve your arguments, that serve your purpose, then you use that as like a weapon in a debate against somebody else, you're never going to understand the story fully. And if you then use your platform to broadcast your complete lack of understanding to other people, especially if you're taking money for it, then that's a problem, because you're diluting, watering down, and like putting this veil of false interpretation that you chose to put on yourself for your own purposes, which that's your right, but now you're broadcasting that onto the community in general and affecting the way that other people see the art as art. And that's the kind of shit that I'm like, I don't know. I can't deal with that. And that's what I want to talk about now. Come to your own conclusions, of course. Like, I hope none of you listening to me, and I do appreciate you listening to me ramble about this shit over and over again, but like, I hope none of you feel like I'm compelling you that you have to approach this in any particular way. But just to the community in general, I kind of want to try to put like a couple of extra pounds on the other side of the scale towards the narrative appreciation, towards the story and character appreciation, towards understanding things in context, because to me at the moment there's too much on the other side. There's too much of this like, well, it's verbatim stated in one line in a data book, therefore that's all we need, we don't need to talk about anything else, it's already solved, blah 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 blah, right? Okay, time to inhale. One second. Catching up on chat. Lawan Jack says, what do you think of the curvature of the Earth shots on Naruto destroying Mars meteors? The explosions are pretty big, and I've seen calcs that say it covers kilometers of distance. Yes, so I'm actually very interested in those. That's the one thing I didn't get to in great detail this evening. It might be something that we talk about in a future stream, but I think it's entirely possible that if you do a calc about that stuff, you would wind up finding that the Earth is a bit bigger in Naruto than it is in our world, and that's okay. I think it is a useful and valuable tool. I understand that Sage thinks that we shouldn't use them at all because they are quote-unquote inconsistent. I don't think that that's a good response. I don't think that that's a good way to approach it. We can take a look at it later, but in addition to, like, okay, so I pulled up this image of the curvature of the Earth, right? Like, this is a view of the Earth on our own planet, and it shows, I think this is... I don't quote me on this, like fact check me on this, but I believe this is the Himalayas. Actually, I'm not sure, but either way, like, these are big ass mountains, and we could figure out which mountains these are and figure out how tall they are, and then we could look at the curvature of the Earth here, and then we could look at like the curvature of the Earth from various panels in Naruto. So here's one. This is from part 1. We can kind of see that we're above the forest, see off into the horizon, and here's the curvature. So there's one particular example that we could look at. Of course, there's a whole bunch of other ones in the towards the end of the series. There's a bunch from Boruto too. It's worth looking at other things like, so here's the fight with Kisame, right? And you can see the mountain range in the background, but we can't see curvature. Okay, so maybe there's an inconsistency. Maybe we can't use that one quite as effectively. Let's see, here's a scene with Choji doing a super expansion, right? It looks about the same distance away, but we can't see the curvature. Okay, so maybe we start to realize, here's another picture over here, right? Is this the curvature or is this a camera lens? Like, Kishimoto likes using fisheye lenses and shit all the time. So sometimes you have to be a little bit skeptical. You'll be a little bit careful of using curvature. But we can go through the series and we can look for different examples of how the curvature is depicted. I do happen to have a few from Boruto here. Spoilers for anybody who hasn't read through Boruto and Two Blue Vortex. Actually, I think these are just up until the end of Boruto, but still, spoilers just in case anybody's concerned about it. So when there's a couple of scenes when Amado is talking about the Otsutsuki and like Kaguya and stuff like that, right? And here we see the God Tree, and I believe this is the one on Earth. You could dispute that maybe, but I think this is the one that's meant to be the one that was on planet Earth. And you could look at the size of the God Tree, and you could see the curvature of the Earth in the distance. Now, of course, this looks kind of small in this picture, but remember that a human being next to this would be so small that you couldn't even see it, right? Like, this up here is a mountain, however tall the mountains in Naruto are. This is an entire bay. Like, this is part of the bay or the cove or whatever you call it that the characters were fighting on during the war. And so this route is actually probably tens, if not like dozens of kilometers long, potentially. This could be multiple kilometers tall as well. So, keep that in mind, that we would need to actually go and get a frame of reference from that scene. But you can see the curvature of the Earth, and you can zoom out and be like, okay, the Earth is probably like this big or whatever, right? You can make a circle out of it and try to figure that out. Same thing over here, right? There's another couple of shots. So even if you don't think that this is a particularly consistent shot, you could still then combine it with this, and then combine it with, there's probably dozens of shots of like Biju bombs and the God Tree and all kinds of stuff from the ends of the series, including like the second Chibaku Tensei that they end the fight with Kaguya with. There's all kinds of different things that we could look at and try to get at least a range of the size of the Earth from this. And actually, this was kind of something that I disagreed with Sage about, and something that motivated me to make this video, is that I was really kind of surprised by and kind of disappointed by his approach of saying, like, the calcs are inconsistent, so we can't use them, without actually mentioning or discussing what the calcs were or what was wrong with them. Granted, I'm not a mathematician. I don't even know how to do these calcs, right? I was hoping to teach myself by this stream. I ran out of time. I would like to learn. I'm going to try to learn between now and next stream, and maybe I'll be able to come up with some of my own and see what you guys think of that. But at the end of the day, like, it's not so much that I have a problem with the calcs themselves being wrong. It's more that I have a problem with the overall approach of, they're just inconsistent, so just, like, it doesn't matter, don't even look at them, don't even try, they're just inconsistent. Like, I know I'm doing a voice, I'm being a little rude, but, it's like, come on, it would be fun, wouldn't it? It would be more fun to just look at it together and see if we can figure it out. People don't like having fun anymore. That's the theme of the stream, the anti-fun grift. No one's allowed to have fun. So yeah, Luan, I think it's a great approach. I think there's plenty of data that we can harvest. And once I actually figure out how to do these calcs, if I can learn how to, I would be happy to go through and like make a little collection of them and see if it's helpful. Omnibomni says being able to counter the skepticism instead of just saying you are being skeptic would only serve to show their points being correct. Yeah, exactly. So this is the thing. If you are skeptical towards another person's claims, you're essentially putting yourself in the line of fire just as much as you are putting the other person in the line of fire, because you are saying, hey, if Sage says, okay, the moon is the same size in Naruto as it is in our universe, and I come forward and say, well, I'm skeptical about the interior of the moon being the same size, and the crust of the moon being the same size, and the mass of the moon, blah, 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 right? Then I have just opened myself up to get fucking owned if I'm not ready to hear the substantiation of that. That sounded weird. To paraphrase it, like, if we then go and find out that the moon is, like there's even more evidence that proves Sage's perspective, then okay, then I've just been proven wrong in 3 more ways, right? So I think sometimes when people are on the receiving end of skepticism, they panic a little bit because they're like, or they not panic. It's more like they feel like they're being unjustly maligned, as Sam Harris would say, because people are just coming after them with no real justification, just to be hostile, just to shoot them down. But at the same time, they're opening themselves up for the same kind of criticism. It's a two-way street. So I don't know. Not everybody has the time to entertain every single goddamn like little nitpick that another person makes. But at the same time, if you can find time to connect about it, I think it can only lead to more understanding, within limits, of course. Sorry says you will never debunk the infinite universe Madara put inside of a fish. That is objectively true. Yeah, I feel like Noodles did more than enough to prove, verbatim stated, that every single goddamn fish in Naruto had its own unique private universe. Not just every fish, like every water bear, every bit of plankton, like every living thing was put under that spell. So good job there. Dr. Pest says, hi. Oh, hey, Dr. Pest. How's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you're having a good weekend. By the way I see it, it's more like the Naruto world is similar to ours in size, with a much smaller population than in real life. I've seen some say the Ninja world is Japan's version of the Narutoverse, meaning there may be counterparts in other countries outside of our world, although, well, who knows? The last thing they say is when characters use English, or English, that is, a Japanese speaking English, or that the word tomato comes from the Spanish conquistadors. Yeah, so, very good points all in all. You reminded me that, like, in the third data book, I gotta get this fucking scan one of these days, but if you look at Choji's entry in the third data book, I'm pretty sure it says that his favorite food is Korean barbecue. And Sage in his video at some point says that, like, he thinks Japan is canonically within the Naruto universe because they mention in one of the, like, Retsuden novels, like, a Japanese style gate. And I think there's 2 ways to potentially interpret that, largely speaking. One is to say that, okay, Korea is actually canon to the Naruto universe, as well as the tradition of cooking Korean barbecue. Or the other way is to say that when Choji goes to this barbecue place happens to make this specific kind of meat, like X meat. And X meat just has all the same properties and tastes and attributes or whatever as Korean barbecue does in our world. So when Kishimoto is saying Korean barbecue, he's not saying in Naruto, like, they literally went to Korea and got Korean barbecue or whatever, or like there's a Korean chef or whatever who made it. They're saying that they are eating in their universe the equivalent of Korean barbecue. For us, we should think of Korean barbecue, and if we picture Korean barbecue in our heads, that's what they're eating. I think that's probably what it's going for. So the tomato thing, I think I would also probably say that that's the case. And if you go through the series, like, I don't know if you played Bloodborne, but there's a scene in Bloodborne where a character asks, like an old warrior asks you, my old warriors, my old cohort of soldiers, my Spartans, are they still the noble Spartans that they used to be? And it's like, does that mean that Sparta was literally canon to the Yharnam universe, or is it more like they're using the term Spartan in the abstract, right? As a reference to something we'll understand in our world. It's up for debate, I guess, but so far I haven't seen that Korea has been really represented in the Naruto universe, like the traditions, the archetypes, the mythology. You could argue that China is, with like Tenten's, I think her name, but certainly her attire seems to be inspired more by like traditional Chinese wear than Japanese, etc. And it gets more eclectic once we get into Boruto era as well. Yeah, good points. I think that at the end of the day, they don't need to be literally the same, or they can be. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. I think just my what would you say, subjective opinion is that the Naruto universe is based on ours with significant differences. And if we look into it and like nitpick it and try to find very precise numbers, we're not going to find the exact same numbers of our world, but for all intents and purposes, it's quote unquote basically the same as our world. That being said, I don't want to be dismissive and be like, it's just, we can just assume it's Earth, so don't even bother like looking at it. We should look at it. We should analyze it, because at the end of the day, the worst thing that's going to happen is that we spend more time reading the series and we spend more time like studying and analyzing and like learning about what's on the world, right? It can only be positive in my mind. Oh, so there's now an X Beast in Naruto. Um, there. Oh, I don't know if I still have this scan. It's probably on my other one of my other boards. But when we were going through, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So you might not, if you weren't there for the stream, you haven't read uh this manga. You're gonna think I'm making this up, but the Road to Ninja movie has a prequel manga, and in it Naruto goes to a bathhouse and he looks at Shino's pee. Like they are naked together in the bathhouse. By the way, Obito's watching this. He's like watching all these naked kids in the bath, but let's forget that for now. Um, Naruto goes there and he looks at Shino's dick and he says something along the lines of, "Wow, you've got a big bug down there, buddy. You're the kind of guy that I really like." And he says specifically, it looks like a baby Mothra. So Godzilla, Mothra, like that whole pantheon of that monster verse is just canon to Naruto, right? Because it's verbatim stated that Shino has a Mothra dick. I'm sorry, Kishimoto wrote it down. Anyway, Omnibomni, no worries, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope the new place is working out. Hope you have a good night and good rest of your weekend. Take care. Let's see. There's now an XP. You took my guy's soldier, but I don't mind. Yeah. I thought Boruto was Sasuke for like 6 seconds. Yeah, yeah, he's definitely like stepping into his aesthetic, right? And his scowl. He's got the emo haircut covering one eye as well. I think it's the other eye though, right? But yeah, sorry if I. Oh, I just saw that. Yeah, Boruto. Yeah, I made sure to get all the names right as well. Commitment to accuracy. Here's a really shitty argument I'll just make while I'm here. If anybody thinks the moon in Naruto is the same as it is in our universe, look at it here. It's not the same. I'm not serious, but yeah, I mean, it is the case that both in Boruto and Naruto, the moon is depicted very differently depending on like what you're actively reading. In the movie, in like one of the movies or anime scenes, it's literally just a JPEG of the moon. Ironically, it looks like the moon from America as opposed to from Japan. It's kind of weird. But either way, like sometimes it looks like that. Sometimes in the scene, I don't know if I have it here, but in the scene where we first see like Gaara silhouetted against the moon after he kills someone, the moon looks very different. It's got like all kinds of different craters and stuff. It's rendered in the abstract. So that's another part of the reason why. Actually, let me see if I have this. I think I might have even brought it up on Discord a little while ago. Naruto, do I have it here? This is, oh yeah, okay, so hang on one sec. Can I do this and then bring that here? Ooh. Yeah, okay, so here's Gaara early on in the series. This is when he first like gives himself the tattoo. That's not what the moon looks like, right? It's very different. And so that's the danger both on both sides of the argument, right? If I want to just find one piece of evidence to prove that the moon is the same in Naruto, I can just go to the last, or I can go to the Boruto anime, and look at the scene where Toneri is on the moon and the camera is zooming up to him. And if I remember correctly, that's literally just a JPEG of the moon off of Google Images. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but it looks exactly the same, like exactly the same. Or I could look at this and be like, well, here it's verbatim stated, well, not verbatim because it's not with words, but, it's literally depicted that the moon is completely different. And if I just take it out of context, then, I have equal amounts of strength and power, so to speak, to my arguments either way, which goes to show you how weak the arguments really are if I just take it out of context. You have to look for multiple pieces of evidence. Even if this seems to be objectively true, the moon is objectively different in Naruto than it is in ours, well, how is it depicted consistently? How is it depicted across the series? This is chapter 130 to 120, something like that, right? What about in 250? What about in 700? Like, what about in Boruto? What about in the movies, right? There is so much information, and granted, it's overwhelming to have to go through it all, but at the same time, like, it's there for us to avail ourselves of if we want to understand this stuff better, right? So, should give this a title later. Let's see. Luan Jack says, what are you going to start with anyway? Like how fast we traveled, the distance between leaf and sand. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You kind of like precogged it, so to speak. I'm going to, I think in a second here, I'll just start playing Sage's video. And basically, he he references a calc that was made by somebody else describing how fast horses move, and then he builds off of that by saying, you can kind of see the horses right there. He builds off of that by saying shinobi move faster than horses, and et cetera, and then kind of uses that to build from. And so I'll start with there, and I'll start from there, and then I'll kind of go in and like explain what all this stuff is. We're gonna start off by talking about Sasuke Retsuden slash well, the Retsuden novels. I've only read the first two, Sasuke Retsuden and Kakashi Retsuden. I haven't gotten to Naruto Retsuden yet. But basically the stories, at least the first two, take place in the land of Redaku, which is all the way up north from the land of Earth. So we don't actually ever see the full map depicted, but the way it's described in the series, you can kind of see the map back here as well. Another version of the map is like, it's way the fuck up here somewhere. Don't know exactly how far. It could be here, it could be right here, but it's past the Hidden Stone Village, and it's way up. It's actually described as being way to the west, so it's like probably more like here, something like that. Although it could be anywhere between here. The point is that it's through the land of Earth and into the upper kind of more treacherous regions. And so in order to understand the distance between Konoha and the land of Earth and the land of Redaku specifically, we're gonna need to look at the topography and look at the geology, but like just get a sense of what Redaku actually looks like, what the terrain is, what the country and the culture are like, because if we don't, I don't think we can really totally understand the distance between those two places. But I'll get to it. Here's a horse. There's a horse. And there's another horse. Okay. So there are objectively horses in the stream, if that's what you came here for. There you go. Okay. Let's see. Lohan Jack says, yeah, guys, I gotta go too. It's really late. Need to get up early tomorrow. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the Discord messages as well. For what it's worth, since Kaguya has been coming up, I have like encountered more Kaguya commentary. I am still down to talk about her and to talk about like cosmology scaling. I have a thing I might not get to tonight, but it is going to be very, very helpful, I think, for cosmology stuff. So, like, stay tuned for that. I'm more than happy to delve into those topics. Thank you for stopping by, and take care. What? Well, yeah, Horse Chat and Horse Kun. Axel, so something that Sage brings up in his video is that, like, all animals in the Naruto universe could potentially have chakra, and they could potentially utilize chakra to, oh, there's more horses over here, to enhance their abilities and move faster. The problem is, though, that there's a difference between dogs, for example, and ninja dogs, right? You might remember back in the backstory for, maybe I even have it here. I don't remember if I remembered to bring it up, but there was a little dog that Inari had, this little kid, called Shooting Star, and or I forget what his original name was, but then those bullies came along and like renamed him to Shooting Star or whatever, right? And he was just a regular ass dog. He didn't know any ninja techniques or tricks. He wasn't like one of those kind of ninja dogs. But then Kakashi in the same arc has dogs that can talk and track and perform techniques and stuff like that, like can coordinate with him in combat. And Akamaru as well seems to be somewhat in the middle, in that he's not a ninja dog in the same way that Puck-kun is, but he is obviously intelligent and sentient and capable of maneuvering like that. So it's not clear. I don't know whether or not Akamaru, I have to go back and like do some more research on this, whether Akamaru can choose to mold a chakra whenever he wants, or if he's just responding to stuff that Kiba is doing. But at any rate, it seems like there's basically like 3 categories of animals in the Naruto universe. The actual like full-on ninja animal, like the ninja cats of the Uchiha as well. The fucking Gato has merged with the ocean. He's the ocean spirit now. There's like the fully combat ready, like tactical ninja animals. Then there's the can fight but aren't quite as advanced ninja animals. And then there's just like the regular ass dogs and stuff. As far as I've seen from the anime and whatnot, these horses are just horse ass horses. Like they don't talk, like they don't coordinate in combat or anything like that. They don't seem to use chakra to enhance their abilities. They're not owned. Oh, see, something else to keep in mind also is that the land of Redaku is explicitly stated multiple times in the novel to not be a ninja place. Kakashi shows up and like he's regarded by this little kid over here as basically a legend, as like a myth. Like people in Redaku aren't even sure, like the civilians aren't even really sure if fucking ninjas really exist. But they have these legend about the like legendary sixth Hokage and all of his crazy feats and stuff. And when I think this guy's kid is sorry, I forget what this kid's name is. It's like Nanare or something like that. And he is like the prince of this town, and he has been enamored with Kakashi for a long time, and he like plays out these mock shinobi battles with his friends, and he's like, Kakashi would totally use his Raikiri and shatter through the mud wall, and then his friend is like, no, nobody can do that, that's bullshit, right? Like they think of it almost as like kids playing, like you would play Superman and Batman with your friends or something like that, right? So I don't think there's any evidence for these horses being ninja horses. It's a good point. It's a good point that you bring that up for sure. But given the context of everything we learn about Redaku over the course of the story, I think it's like explicitly the case that they are not ninja horses. If they are, they're like ninja horses in hiding, you know, that have never revealed their powers to the civilians, because none of the civilians, except for Gigi, are ninjas, but he keeps it hidden. We could talk about him in a little bit. So the horses, yeah, you kind of precaught me on that too. Yeah, the horses are just like henge, like transformation jutsu people, like hiding out, doing recon. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Kaguya stream too, the one if you're still here. But no worries. Hope you have a good night. Sorry, it says you wish you were a horse. Why would you want to be a horse? I mean, apart from like horses being literally like the perfect perfect animal. Dr. Pest says, is it me or is it that scene from, I think, the Sasuke Retsuden? It looks more like a biblical scene. The Jews in the Egyptian desert, I say, or maybe I'm crazy, which could also be. I think all of us here have to be a little bit crazy to be spending this much time in this series. But it's a good, healthy kind of crazy. Is this the stuff that you're talking about right here? So for anybody who might be a little confused, or maybe I just didn't do a good job of explaining it, the Sage is going to talk about the characters in Naruto traveling from Konoha to a land called Redaku, and Redaku is it's more like Redaku, but I'm not like that good at pronouncing it, so I'll just say Redaku. Goes all the land of Redaku, as I said before, is like up here from Konoha all the way up to the west, somewhere in this region here. And it's an isolated community. It is surrounded and hemmed in by rocks on all sides. It's very difficult to get there. You have to traverse desert and rock spire, and like I'll bring up the quote in a little bit, but there's a quote from the novel that says that Kakashi had to like climb up sheer cliff faces that were shattering and breaking apart under his hands, and it was almost like the moon had broken and fallen on the land because it was so like treacherous, like all these like spiky, sharp, jagged rocks that he was climbing over to get there. And then this is the capital, I think. And then as you can see, the capital is surrounded by a desert wasteland. It's sort of like an oasis in the middle, but it's also kind of cut off by this gorge, essentially forming a moat. And then within the overall country of Redaku, or Redak, there is an observatory, and this is where Sasuke Retsuden takes place. Sasuke goes to this land specifically looking for a cure for Naruto's disease. There's a rumor that somewhere around here there may be a cure, because apparently the Sage of Six Paths traveled to this land in the past. And so he goes there, and he goes to this observatory. It's walled in because it's also a prison. It's like, there's the astronomical observatory that they use to monitor the stars or whatever they used to do. But then also, like, there is a prison in here, and people in this prison are being forced into manual labor to dig into the rocks for reasons we can talk about separately. But yeah, it is an extremely like harsh and hostile place to live. There is a town called Nanare, that I think it's called Nanare, I'll look it up in a second, that is accessible from the capital, from here, by a 3 days ride on horseback. I think this is it. I think this is Nanare. I'm not sure though. This might actually just be the capital. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, this is the capital. So there's another town around here that's accessible via a 3-day horseback ride. and it's more of like a resort place. It's where the king or the king or royal family would live, and there are open fields that you can run on. There's there's essentially enough room to have a horse gallop around there for a little bit. It's kind of like this is like a wider open plain, and there's more vegetation and stuff like that. That's where this little shit lives. He's actually a good character. But yeah, the land itself is very like kind of arid and hostile. And the reason why they don't know anything about shinobi is because they're like completely blocked off from and isolated from the outside world. Due to that, at one point, the previous prime minister here like left and spent a few months wandering around the country and did make contact. And like there has been communication from Konoha to the royalty here, to the prime minister or whatever, but that is kept from the citizens. The citizens are kept in the dark. Only a couple of people even know that the Land of Fire really exists. And part of the plot of Sasuke Retsuden is them getting together and starting to decide to wage a war on and start a fight against Konoha, because they want to settle the Land of Fire and move away from this, this shitty place, basically, because they're in the middle of a drought. So okay. Saria says, I believe if my cat was in Naruto, he would perform jutsu if he weren't a lazy bum. I love him. Yeah, lazy bum, non-derogatory. Probably my dog, my cat would want to learn jutsu to escape from my dog, like use substitution technique. But otherwise he, or maybe like summon birds to chase. But that's pretty much it. The horses are in deep cover, yeah. Sorry says, I wish I was a horse because they're fast, pretty, and don't do taxes. That last one is great. Very, very important. Local horse commits felony tax evasion. See also Yoshi. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break and go make sure that see if my DoorDash arrived. And when we get back, we'll start the stream, or rather, we'll start by responding to Sage's video. As a quick clarification before that, just so everybody is aware, you'll notice here that so for the next hour or so, we're probably going to talk about Kakashi Retsuden, we're going to talk about the land of Redaku, we're going to talk about Sasuke Retsuden, and we're going to talk about, like, these are scenes from the Boruto anime. So why am I talking about all these things that are disparate and spread out? What's the order of operations here? Well, at the end of Naruto, Naruto, between Naruto and Boruto, adult Sasuke era, obviously, like armless Sasuke era, there is a story where Sasuke goes to this land of Redaku, like I said before, to try to get the polar particles or the ultra particles to heal Naruto. That story is also told in the novels, right? The first novel is Kakashi Retsuden. Kakashi himself goes to the capital and meets this little kid and goes to his estate that's like a 3-day march outside the capital. And they have their story, they have their relationship, and they do their thing. So Kakashi is doing that. While Kakashi is actively doing that, Sasuke separately goes to the capital. And when he's in the capital, he finds out about the prison and goes to the prison. So that's where Sasuke Retsuden takes place. That's where the manga with the polar particles takes place. So to recap that, Sasuke goes first to the capital, and then he goes to the prison observatory. And Kakashi goes to the capital around the same time, like just a little before Sasuke, and then goes off to the to Nanare, or whatever it's called, the Nagare, in order to hang out with this kid and like figure his shit out. And I can explain more about that afterwards. The reason why we're seeing this in Boruto is because it's a flashback. Some like right around the end of the series, like right before the current arc ends, I think it's like episode 280 something, right? Is when this all happens, and it's literally just a retelling of what happened in the novels. The manga is a retelling of what happens in Sasuke Retsuden. I think, yeah, you'll see a reference to Kakashi, right? Nagare village is the other place that Kakashi goes to. So here's that. So he's in Nagare while fucking this guy is at the observatory, whatever this guy's name is, whoever knows who that is. So yeah, hopefully that makes some sense. All of this is kind of happening in parallel in the manga and in the novels, and then in the whatchamacallit, the Boruto anime, they just kind of recap it. Okay. So Let me know if you have any questions. Quick 2-minute break while I go make sure that there aren't raccoons in my fucking Indian food. And then we'll get back to it in just a second. BRB. Success. Hey, you can't join the stream. My dog wants to get involved. Hey, not for you. It's not your food. Okay, I am back. So, thank you for your patience. In just a minute, we will get started responding to Sage's stuff. Okay. So, I'll probably put a timestamp here, so I'll just do a brief little intro for this segment of the video. At this point, we're going to respond to a video by Sage of Thick Calves. Please check out his video in context and, go through and listen to it without interruption, without me talking over it. The video is titled Naruto Geography, Naruto University, Sage of Thick Calves. Go ahead and throw him a like and a subscribe if you enjoy his content. I personally am not a subscriber for a reason that I can explain in a little bit, but I think that you should give him a fair shot, listen to his work in context, and appreciate the good parts of what he says. And now I will respond to what I think are some of the problems with his approach. That being said, we're going to be specifically focusing on some commentary and some bits of information coming from his assessment of the Kakashi Retsuden novel. This novel is available for purchase at about $10 on Amazon. You can also find it pretty easily online. I was able to find it by just searching for, Kakashi's story or whatever it was. I can definitely send you a link to that if it would be helpful. Yep. it's a maybe a 5-hour read. It's not very long. It's probably a lot less than that depending on your reading speed. I would encourage you to check it out. Also, check out for more context, check out the Boruto episodes around 270, 280, something like that, that are titled Kakashi's Story, or Sasuke's Story, rather. The Sasuke Story manga covers the same content, and the Sasuke Retsuden novel also takes place in the same area, so there's a lot of overlap between those things. So, with that out of the way, let's just listen to what Sage has to say. And we'll start from this intro section over here, and we'll stop and see where it goes. I love the Itachi theme.
Before we dive in, it's worth noting that this is part 2 of a series that I'm doing explaining things in Naruto that haven't been explained in depth before. If you missed Naruto Canon Explained, feel free to go check that out and see what is all canon in the Naruto universe and why.
So that was the first video of his that I ever found, and I actually quite enjoyed it. I don't agree with everything in it now, but at the time especially, it was very helpful and very informative. In my opinion, that's his best video. That's the best video of his that I've seen anyway. So if anything, like, go check that video out, and I think you will learn something from it.
Since I went through and gave a breakdown of the canon material for Naruto...
Yeah, this is a good point too, right? Like, you could ask of either of us, like, why should we give a shit about the novels, why they are canon or not canon? For the purposes of this discussion, I'm assuming that they are canon. Sage, I don't think the assumption isn't the right word, right? Like, Sage kind of explains very well in that video why those novels should be considered part of the Naruto canon, and I agree with his assessment. So for the purposes of this video, we're operating under that perspective that the novels are canon.
This video will be based on what's provided to us in the canon, so no filler or anything like that.
Well, that being said, there is room for us to potentially explore what counts as filler, because some people would probably consider Sasuke Retsuden in the Boruto anime to be filler to the Boruto anime, but that doesn't mean it's an invalid take, right? So, worth considering. It's worth considering, especially like if there's a difference in the anime and the novel and the manga renditions of the same story, which one do we go with?
I believe that will help us to accomplish the goal of establishing what is canon to the Naruto geography, so that's what we're going to be doing here. I also
A good idea to set the stage and to explain this early on for sure.
also think the best way for us to structure this video is to start from the macro and work our way down to the micro. In other words, I'd like to start with the planet as a whole and work our way down to the territories.
I gotta say, you know, credit where credit is due. I like the structure of this video. I like that zoom in effect. I like the sort of camera effect. It's a little distracting, but it gives a little bit of extra, how do you say, like flair and character. So, you know, credit where credit is due. The editing is good. The overall setup is good. This all makes sense.
So the first logical question to ask
The typing effect I'm not as big a fan of, but I know some people really like that, so whatever.
is, how big is the Naruto world? Before breaking out the calculation,
Yeah, that was clean, right? Like,
to ask is, how
how
big is the Naruto?
and then he like cuts in with the Naruto graphic. Really nice. That's a really nice little stylistic editing choice there. Kind of makes the scene pop more. So, thumbs up for that.
The world. Before breaking out the calculations, I think just based on
Another
the
nice
question I just
video effect
asked,
here, too.
it should go without saying that
what was
I
that?
think just based on the question I just asked,
Something about it's not Sage's fault. Something about this visual here seems really weird. It seems like the characters in the anime scene were like tiled or something weirdly. You see that? They kind of look like old Atari graphics or something like that. It's really, really weird. Not a critique of Sage's. This is just like something quirky about the video, I guess.
it should go without saying that our world and Naruto's world are different. Not only are the continental structures different, but as I'll explain in just a second, the sizes are vastly different as well.
Okay, I don't think it goes without saying, but I see what he's saying. Like, there are clear, like, what's the word for it, topological differences between Naruto's world and ours at first glance. I would be cautious about using a graphic like this paired with that kind of statement, because unless I'm mistaken, this particular ring of debris is something that gets generated specifically by Toneri when he's assaulting the Earth. I don't think there's a consistent, like, persistent debris field forming a ring around the Naruto Earth normally, but I could be challenged on that for sure, but yeah.
But a few things that are the same is, number one, obviously they're both giant blue terrestrial bodies called Earth.
This is something I'm not aware of. I'd be curious if anybody watching this video or the stream um, is aware of anyone in Naruto specifically calling the Earth Earth, not just saying like, "Oh yeah, I love you more than anybody in the world, Sakura," or like whatever fucking Sasuke would never say that, but like, I don't know, like. I am going to take over the world. I Orochimaru after I destroy the village, right? Like pain. I'm going to bring peace to the world through pain. Do they ever say the planet Earth Terra, or is it always just like the world in the vague, in the abstract?
And number two, Japan seemingly exists in the
Oh yeah,
Naruto
that's what I was
world, as
saying.
Japanese-style gates are mentioned in Konoha Hiden. So
Yeah, so I think that's a very silly conclusion to come to. I mean, I not to throw shade at, I'm sorry, whoever mentioned that previously in the chat. Like, I don't think you're being silly for bringing up the concept or exploring it or anything like that. But like, this moment in the video was where I had to kind of raise an eyebrow, and I was starting being like, oh, okay, is that really how we're going to approach this topic? If it's written down that there is a Japanese style gate, then there seems to be a can in Japan, right? Like that sort of thinking is in parallel with, in keeping with the sort of thinking that then leads to the issues that I have later of, well, it's written, so it must be true. Like, no, we need to be a little bit more skeptical. We need to apply it in context. I don't think he's literally saying that it's necessarily true that Japan is extant in the Naruto universe, but that kind of language, like, we'll play it again and just listen. Like, that this is the sort of thing that we need to be aware of as being a problem. Maybe.
exists in the Naruto world, as Japanese-style gates are mentioned in Konoha Hiden. So there are some similarities, but there are also some massive differences. Multiple people have calculated the size of Naruto's world, which I will refer to as.
Okay, can I just whine for a second?
Multiple people.
So I went through and I watched these videos. This one, in my opinion, is more just kind of like not rage bait exactly, but it doesn't really get into the topic very deeply. It just kind of feels like it was just being provocative. Notice that some people have come up with ideas of it being like 17.8 to 9 times bigger than the Earth. I still think that that's a high ball, but there is, I mean, it's a TikTok video. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing, but apparently that's part of the discussion. This person over here, I think I did like this video actually. It might be something worth going into. I didn't prep for it today, but this might be worth watching if you want to look more into it. And I'll make sure to look at this before next week's stream in case I missed something.
People have calculated the size.
And then same thing over here. This is the same thing.
Of Naruto's world.
This over here. You might find me whining in the comments section on this one if you look. I had some issues with this video,
Which I will refer to as Planet N from now on, and gotten a variety of answers ranging from 2x to 34.5x to even a million x the size of our Earth.
Which is, for about 1,000 reasons, absolutely insane, but I mean...
But just how big...
Sorry, that felt a little too rude. It's not insane, it's just like, in my opinion, we can't get it anywhere near that size, like remotely near that size, without everything else about the planet's place in the like Naruto solar system and cosmology falling apart. Once we start to get to those numbers, I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, if you come across somebody who's making that argument, hear them out. Like, hear what they have to say. Don't call them stupid or anything like that, right? Having heard the arguments myself, I find them to be a bit much, to say the least. But let's continue.
Is Planet N really? This depends on how fast you think shinobi can travel over long distances. This person on Comic Vine, with the absolute lowest of lowballs, calculated that Planet N must be at least 2 times the size of Earth. The reason I say this is an absolute lowball is because it assumes that shinobi only travel at the galloping speed of a horse.
Okay, so... a couple of issues here. First of all, I forget if he linked it in the description. I think he does actually reference this person by name towards the end of the video, Detective Evi Devi. Go and look up this person's calc. If it's the same one that I'm thinking of, they have like lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of detail, lots of like evidence, lots of scans, all kinds of stuff. Honestly, like, I wish they had made their own video because I think it would have done a great job of explaining it. Like, if you think this is a lot of detail like that, their video puts this to shame, like, by far. Much more detailed, written out explanations, just really great. Give them, if you're genuinely interested in this topic and you want to learn more about it, don't take it from me, don't take it from Sage. Go and read that document first, and then like, proceed from there. I think you'll get a lot out of it, personally. Axel Gray. Oh, I missed the puppy stream in the LOL. Sorry. sorry. Yeah. Axel Gray says, I think they're trying to keep up to the One Piece world size. Yeah. I do think that a lot of the Naruto highballing comes from this weird desire to keep pace with and, I don't know, be able to flex on or dunk on other franchises, which I don't get it. Like, you can love Naruto and think it's the best thing in the world and also think Dragon Ball is amazing and One Piece is amazing, or vice versa. Like, swap out whichever one you think is your favorite or think is the best, or both, without the characters needing to scale or the planet needing to scale. Like, why does everything need to be fucking bigger and flashier? It's just, it was never the point of Naruto in the first place. Like, but anyway, so one thing that I disagree with what Sage says here is he says that, like, this user is assuming that shinobi are only as fast as a horse. And I don't think that that's what he's saying. I think he's saying, let's establish this as a low bar, right? Like, if we have this line over here, that's, where is it exactly? Shinobi were more tenacious than camels, faster than horses, and they flew across the seas of sand with ease. Okay, then if we know that shinobi are at least faster than a horse, then we can use the speed of a horse as a baseline to determine the low limit of the speed of a shinobi. That's not saying that we're assuming that shinobi can only go the speed of a horse. I know it sounds like a nitpick, but it's not. It's a very important distinction. There's not an assumption that all shinobi are capped at the speed of a horse. There is an establishing of the baseline of the speed of the horse. So it could be that I'm misunderstanding what Sage is saying. It could be that Sage is misunderstanding what the Detective Evidevi is saying. At the end of the day, I do think that it was a bit unfair to suggest that the author is trying to lock shinobi to the speed of a horse. If that's what Sage is saying, then I think that's a bit unfortunate. Now, something to keep in mind, shinobi did use lightning trains. You see that phrase? You see the little asterisk there? I need to prepare something real quick. So let me go to my other folder over here and look at my novels. Where are we? Naruto novels. And hope this doesn't open in a different window, but let's see if it does. Okay. So, let me see if I can bring this in. Come on. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So, in a second, we're going to talk about this page from Garahiden, and specifically we're going to talk about this phrase over here. Let's read it out loud real quick, just so that we're all on the same page. Literally. Shinobi were running through the dark of the night. Shinobi did use lightning trains and steam trains or blimps when the situation called for their necessity, but they were simply faster at traveling by foot than other normal people. Shinobi could go down a trackless path and make a journey of 1,000 miles without a single break. For them, their own two legs were the most reliable method of transport. And there was all the more reason to go on foot when traveling in the desert, where no reliable roads were guaranteed. Shinobi were more tenacious than camels, faster than horses, and they flew across the seas of sand with ease. The head of the group of traveling shinobi was Kankuro. By his side was Amagi, who had healed from his injuries sustained in the last battle. Okay, so we can stop there. Again, this is Garahiden, and this is page 33. And we can talk about how these characters are traveling and why they're traveling and all that. If you want more context, please read the novel. It's not very long. It's 127 pages. It's not a long read. It's an easy read. It's a fun read. Please go check it out. Okay, so let's keep in mind, what is the context here? Okay, there's a mentioning of this thing called a lightning train, and there's a mentioning of steam trains and blimps, and sometimes they were necessary to be used, but shinobi themselves are faster traveling by foot than other normal people are, right? They are faster traveling by foot than other normal people are by traveling by foot. Shinobi could go down a trackless path and make a journey of 1,000 miles without a single break. So it's possible that the implication here is that the movement speed, the foot speed of a shinobi, is faster than the movement speed of a lightning train. Speed is faster than the movement speed of a lightning train. A lightning train or a steam train or a blimp, true, that's possible. Another interpretation, though, is that they are simply faster than normal people are. So since they're faster than normal people, they don't need to use these particular methods of transportation, and especially since they could do things like going down trackless paths, right? They don't need to be bound to a train track. They don't need to be bound to a specific road or a path or whatever. They can kind of go wherever the fuck they want to, which means that they can take much more direct routes and potentially like less accessible routes. Like they could jump over a mountain range instead of just like weaving back and forth through it, right? So the context of a shinobi moving through an environment is very different than a civilian moving even on a lightning train or a blimp or anything like that. Okay, for them, their own two legs are the most reliable method of transport, and this is important. This is important. Okay, and there was all the more reason to go on foot when traveling in the desert, okay, where no reliable roads were guaranteed. So this implies that there is usually, this makes perfect sense, this is obvious, right? That if there are roads present, especially if you're using some other form of like modern transportation, it's easier to travel on a road than not. But if you're a shinobi, being on an unreliable road might give you an advantage over one of those more modern methods of transportation. So a camel, for example, might be faster, a horse might be faster under certain circumstances, but on a place with no reliable roads, on a place that's like a big open desert, shinobi can just fly directly across it. They can outpace a horse, outpace a camel, and move more effectively and efficiently across that expanse. Now, does that mean that they are probably faster in terms of the overall miles per hour of a horse or a camel? Yeah, it's possible. It's probably true. I mean, especially if they're using body flicker or, I don't know, something crazy like a lightning cloak to enhance their abilities. Sure, I got no problem with the idea that shinobi can like overall move faster than horses. But something to keep in mind here, the context is very important. The context that we're being given is that shinobi are considering going on a journey. And as part of the consideration of going on their journey, they're evaluating, do I take a horse or a camel? Do I take a blimp or do I go myself? And it is consistently faster. They will get there faster if they go themselves than if they go on a camel. They will get there faster if they go themselves than if they go on a horse, right? That doesn't mean that the entire time that they're traveling, they're consistently traveling faster than a horse, or that a horse would travel consistently faster than them the entire time, or vice versa, or a combination of those things. It means that overall, when you consider everything, like the reliability of roads and whether or not the paths are marked and all that other stuff, when you look at all the factors in context, shinobi are going to get there faster than horses. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Doesn't mean we have to come to any conclusions just yet. We haven't proven or disproven anything. Just be aware of the context as we go into the rest of the conversation. That's all I want. Sorry, says I had to clip that one segment because it was such an amazing thing, and I'm glad you brought it up. I feel like I'm blowing up Discord because of the points you're making, but they're good points. That's awesome. I didn't. You're saying like you clipped the stream? I didn't even know it was set up for that. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's pick up again where. Oh yeah, I closed Discord just because the little red icon will and like I'll just fixate on it. Then I'll need to go answer the messages. Not to ignore you or anything. If you really want me to read something important on Discord, please let me know. Just ping me in chat and then I'll go pull it up. But I keep it closed so that I don't get distracted. That's all. So let's back up a minute and make sure we hear Sage out. Oh, interesting. I didn't see that before. But we have 12,000 kilometers diameter of Earth, 28,000 diameter of larger planet. Oh, I think that's on Detective Heavy Devi's thing. I think it's a screenshot of that. Oh, that's awesome. I wasn't aware of that. Sorry, that's really cool. Thank you so much. Genuinely, really flattering. I hope they've been useful and or entertaining to people.
Planet N must be at least 2 times the size of Earth. The reason I say this is an absolute lowball is because it assumes that shinobi only travel at the galloping speed of a horse, which is obviously not the case, as it's stated to not be the case. But the math on this...
Okay, so Now, granted, okay, I want to be fair here that we do actually see the quote over here. It does kind of irritate me though that we are not given the specific page. And I know, like, I do this too. Like, I don't always provide every specific page or whatever. But I think it's important to keep context in mind. And I think you're only helping your viewers and only helping your fans if you give them the ability to directly see where you're getting your information from in context, right? So, as a general rule, to whoever watches this, if you're going to make content, and I make this mistake too, I'm not perfect, but like, please put page numbers, put sources, put references, put links, make it easier for people to fact check your stuff and to learn on their own as well.
Horse, which is obviously not the case, as it's stated to not be the case. But the
So I was going to whine about the fact that this is now blown up in our face like this, and it's hard to read, and it does kind of annoy me. But we did technically see the text before, so it's not like it's misleading per se. It's just a little irritating.
math on this lowball estimate is as follows. A shinobi can travel thousands of miles without stopping, even going 2.5 days straight when traveling to Suna from Konoha, and the canon novels state that shinobi are better running on foot in most cases than they would be traveling on horseback or even by train.
Okay, so a couple of problems here. Yes, better. I like that phrasing actually. Better traveling by foot than they would be on horseback. Yes, that's the correct way to phrase it in my opinion. However, he did say travel thousands of miles is what he said. The text on screen says journey of 1,000 miles without a single break. I actually don't necessarily have a problem with that, but keep in mind that a journey of 1,000 miles without a single break could be over one day, over multiple days. Just keep in mind that it could be distributed in different ways. That being said, like, I don't know if we should take this literally, but shit, I should have gotten the scan for this. I apologize. I'm just making my own mistake again. In the first fan book, and I will go look for it later, and I can like upload it to Discord. In the first in the first fan book, there is, if I am not mistaken, an entry on the soldier pills, the Hyorogan or whatever they're called, that Choji takes, and it says that like if you take a soldier pill, a Konoha shinobi can fight for like 3 days and nights without sleeping. Now I don't, or without stopping anyway. I don't know if we need to take that 100% accurately because it is something that's in a fan book and there's a lot of hyperbolic stuff in there. But combine that with what people in the manga say, like Shikamaru says, I don't think it's crazy or anything to suggest that a top tier shinobi, like an Anbu member or something like that, especially if somebody was chosen to be a long distance courier or something, that they could use chakra and pills and whatever to supplement their stamina and endurance and make a journey of 1,000 miles. I actually don't think that conflicts with what we know about shinobi overall. I will say that given like this kind of language over here does kind of feel like a little bit hyped up, a little bit hyperbolic, like, oh, shinobi were so impressive that they could make a journey of 1,000 miles without a single break. Maybe it's true. I actually don't have a problem with it, but just be aware of the kind of language that's being used. Like, take the tone is important. Take the tone into account. And in addition to that, understand that we are changing the words here. It doesn't say thousands of miles. It says a journey of 1,000 miles. That's an innocent mistake. It's an easy mistake to make, but for people who want to distort things, like certain other people, like Noodles that we've talked about before, this is how it happens. You misrepresent a single line, you do a little tweak here, a little bit of a fudge there, and all of a sudden you've constructed a completely different fucking picture than what is in the source material by those little mistakes, like little inches, little death by 1,000 cuts, right? So no harm, no foul yet, but keep an eye out for this. If you're a content creator or whatever, just be aware of it.
So this poster on Comic Vine said that the absolute lowest speed we can give them is about 30 miles per hour, since that's the normal galloping speed of a horse.
I don't think he said the absolute lowest speed. I think Sage is saying he thinks the absolute lowest speed, but I have to go double check to make sure. Go read the original thing in context. Like, don't trust either of us.
10 miles per hour slow.
Also, let's read this, okay? Let's read what it says. Horse speed, 88 kilometers an hour, maximum sprint. The average racehorse's speed is approximately 40 to 44 miles per hour. So race horses, right? Specifically horses that are bred and trained to sprint over the course of a flat terrain that is specifically crafted for and maintained for horse sprinting. The racehorse speed is 40 to 44 miles an hour, right? The rigidly trained animals can reach it for less than 20 seconds. However, most of them can't run faster than 20 to 30 miles per hour on average with a rider on their back. The fastest recorded galloping speed is 55 miles an hour. Okay, so again, what are the key takeaways here? It is possible for horses, some horses, to get up to 40 miles an hour. When they are sprinting, it is not possible for them to maintain that sprint for like maybe 20 seconds. If they have a rider on their back, they're going to go slower. And then this also isn't even addressing how long they can achieve that for. Now, let's just take a moment, right, and say like, just a quick Google search. You don't have to know anything about horses. If anybody in chat knows about horses and you want to chime in, though, let me know. Okay, so let's just scroll through Google. Let's just say we don't know anything about horses one way or another, and we're just curious. How fast/far can an untrained horse run? Most horses in good shape can go 1 to 2 hours at a pretty forward pace with only short periods at walk. After that, you will need breaks. And this is from the equestrian subreddit. How fast can a horse go in a trot? Average speeds tend to go from 5 to 10 miles an hour. I've ridden endurance horses that are happy to trot for ages at 12 miles an hour. So that might put it a little higher, right? Go through and read some of this and see what you come up with. Sometimes we see 45 to 50 miles an hour, 25 to 30 miles an hour. A fast horse can run 30 plus miles per hour, but they can't maintain that speed for an hour or even 40 minutes. So that number feels about right, but how long are they actually going to be able to maintain it? Not very long, according to this. Let's say, let's try this one. How far can a horse run in a day? Okay, be skeptical to this. It's AI related things. A horse can typically travel 20 to 30 miles in a day, with some endurance-trained horses capable of covering 50 to 100 miles in a day, especially with breaks and rest periods. Okay, Reddit/horses. Most horses can do 25 miles in 4 to 6 hours, so I would say around 35 to 40 miles a day to allow your horse to forage. Okay, there's plenty of information out here that you can go over. You can like be skeptical to all these, check the sources. Ideally, go ride a horse. Literally, if you like, go find a horse and ride one, talk to the stable hand, talk to an equestrian directly, maybe even talk to people at a local horse rescue, and see what they have to say about horse endurance, and consider making a donation while you're there. It'd be nice. A single horse rider may cover up to 50 to 70 miles a day, and some fast ones are used for special purposes could cover up to 100 miles a day. So again, feel free to fact check this, but when I did some research on this before, what I found is that some of the best equestrians in human history ever were the Mongols. And the Mongols were capable of maybe getting to 100 miles a day under certain conditions. But again, like optimal conditions on flat open plains and steppes and tundras. And they would ride in extremely minimal outfits. Like everything would be extremely streamlined specifically for riding on that horse. And they would travel in teams of multiple horses, and they would swap the horses out over the course of the day. They would allow time for the horses to graze. They would allow horses time to rest. Horses aren't cars. They're I don't know why I have to explain this, but horses don't just like keep going and going and going. You know, they can't. They are mammals like us, and yes, there are horses out there that are extremely athletic, but even if you push a horse to somehow get to 100 miles a day, unless you have something to swap that horse out for, or some other way of like really taking care of that horse, if you keep doing that to the horse day after day after day, if you keep trying to ride it for that amount of time, that distance, you're going to fucking kill the animal, or you're going to severely injure it, and it's going to not have a good time. Don't do this. Like, seriously, don't ever try to do this. Not that anybody's going to be riding like thousands of miles across the desert anytime soon, I hope, but just, I don't know, be a little more curious. If you got to this point in the video and you were like, oh yeah, this horses, blah blah blah, like, that's how horses work. No, please look up some cool horse facts. There's actually a lot of information about horses on the internet. And please, if you ever deign to try to ride a horse, keep in mind that you're not just going to keep on like hitting it and making it go fast and then eventually it'll just go into standby mode. It's a living, breathing creature that can feel pain and get exhausted. It has limits, and those limits are actually probably way less than we think, because we see all these scenes in like fantasy movies and stuff of like horses just galloping forever. That's not how horses work, okay? So granted, we could just turn to Naruto and say, oh, and maybe Naruto horses are fantasy horses. Yes, maybe that's totally legitimate. That's fine. But if we're going to use real world horses for a metric as a gold standard or whatever, which is what we're doing, then you have to learn more about horses than just like what the actual higher limit of their run speed is. Like, come on. Anyway, Saria says we should all be horses. Yes, every person is horse. I think there's a beautiful mare or stallion inside of all of us. The average horse is heartbroken. Epona is like basically the soul of that game. Like, there's a reason why she shows up immediately on the title screen with that iconic music and the moon in the background. So, I will stop ranting about horses for like 10 seconds to let Sage make some more horse mistakes, and then I'll have more to say about it.
Lower than their full galloping speed. So essentially, these calculations come from saying, if a shinobi travels at the speed of a horse for X amount of time, then this is how far they'd travel, which allows for us to calculate the distance between two countries, thus allowing for us to get images like this to scale the size of the planet as a whole.
I do really like this, by the way. I haven't fact-checked this or whatever, but regardless, whoever put this together and like tried to project the world map onto the sphere, I think that's a really cool visual, and I think it's very helpful. Obviously, we should evaluate it. We should see if it holds up, but yeah, it's really cool.
The problem I have with this, and this is something that this poster pointed out as well, is that shinobi travel much faster than horses.
Okay, shinobi can... okay, yeah, we're all done. No, we're not done. We're not done. I'm taking a breather, but we're gonna have more shit to say about horses. Don't worry. we're just starting our horse adventure. What do you say?
Poster pointed out as well is that shinobi travel much faster than horses.
Yeah, shinobi under certain circumstances can certainly outpace horses. I don't have a problem with that, just to be clear.
The primary example that I'll use comes from Kakashi Retsuden. We get a direct statement that gives us an indication of how long it takes a horse to travel a certain distance in comparison to Kakashi, which tells us that a journey on horseback that takes 3 days would take Kakashi only a few hours. For simplicity, let's say a few just means 3.
Okay. Again, so this is where I was like, I was kind of disappointed in myself, honestly, because the first time I saw this video through, I got to this point and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I agree, I subscribe, right? Then I read the novel, and then I was like, oh, I fell for it. I made the mistake not noticing this the first time through. And that was probably the linchpin, or whatever you call it, that made me wanted to, like the straw that broke the camel's back or whatever it is, that made me wanted to make this video and do more research on it. Because it's like, yeah, this is what will happen. People will represent the stories for you. They will summarize them for you. They will give you little tidbits for you. Oh, they're doing you such a favor. And in so doing, they will distort the meaning of it and not, in my opinion, caveat, whatever. In my opinion, not represent them correctly. So let's just take a moment, take a deep breath, and read what is said on this page, okay? Start here. I can't say why Manari can't use Shuigu at this stage, but most of the time there are some conditions which can trigger this. Manari is one of the royal line, she's supposed to be the princess, I think. And Shuigu is a tool from the Sage of Six Paths. It's supposed to help bring the rain. And now this nation of Redaku is engaging in this, or suffering from this drought, because Manari can't figure out how to use the Shuigu, and so everybody is starving. It's actually extremely brutal. Like, the first couple of pages of this maybe should come with a trigger warning, because it's actually really, really harsh and heartbreaking, the stuff that's depicted. But anyway, not in the stream, in the book itself. But most of the time, there are some conditions which can trigger this. For example, only men could use it, or a contract is needed. It could be because the previous king died suddenly, so such conditions were not met. Okay, that's not really relevant for our discussion, per se, but worth mentioning where in the novel we are, what we're talking about. Now back to the point. Kakashi looked back at the royal palace. This building is probably plagued by the prime minister's dictatorship. It would take a long time to reach the queen after infiltrating as a maiden or a bureaucrat. In this story, Kakashi considers, oh wait, he actually does transform himself into a woman to then infiltrate the palace, but it's a separate story. Moreover, the minister said Manari's brother lived in Nagare. It seemed easier to get close to him. It seemed easier to get close to him, is how I should have emphasized that. Now, Nagare is that other little palace town that we talked about. This is where the prince lives. Where are we? Over here, right? Here he is in Nagare, okay? And then the capital is over here, okay? So just for a little bit of context there. Now, this entire time, Kakashi's talking to an old woman. It says here the old woman he met during the day, okay? This old woman is in the capital, and this old woman is in a place where people are starving and parched and basically just like having a really, really bad time. Okay. The old woman he met during the day said it takes approximately 3 days on horseback from the capital to the village of Nagare. With Kakashi's feet, it will only take a few hours. So, let's put this into context. We already talked about this earlier in the stream, but if you're just jumping in at this point or you just need a refresher, this is the capital, okay? This is what it looks like to get into the capital of Redaku. And to get into to the general area where the capital is, to get to the actual, the capital city itself, you have to cross this gorge. So this whole area is filled with these kinds of hazards, these tall mountains, these arid deserts, cracked plains, and stuff like that, right? There are some minor spots of oasis that give people a little bit of water, a little bit of food, stuff like that, but it's a brutal, harsh wilderness. If you look in the background, this is what it looks like for miles and miles and miles in every direction. It's just harsh, arid mountains. When somebody comes to visit, they are capable of walking from the capital to this place, but by sticking to this main road, yes. So there is actually a way for civilians to get back and forth between the capital and the observatory and other places like that. But keep in mind that this is what the surrounding area looks like, okay? This is where they're at right now. So they are an equestrian society in that, or that's actually not the right way to put it. They have access to horses and they're capable of using horses. And the citizens of Redaku, who are not shinobi, if you missed it before, the land of Redaku is completely cut off due to this hostile terrain from the surrounding countryside and all that. And as a result, they don't know anything about shinobi. They don't know anything about using chakra, except for the prime minister. Everybody else is just a normal civilian, normal horses and all that. So they do use horses, but look at how they travel, right? They have, they travel together in these sort of slow groups and convoys and all that. And I can show more examples of that from the book itself. But that is the terrain, that's the environment that they're going over. Let me just pull up some examples from the manga for some extra reference. This is basically the same scene that was animated in the anime. We can see over here that this old man is also describing how isolated the land is over there, right? It's right in the middle of this horrible, arid, rocky nation. Here's a sketch of Sasuke coming up to the capital, I believe. So, again, not exactly prime real estate. Here is a shot from the observatory in the back. There's one tiny little pool of water, which winds up being a little lake that winds up being a big plot point. Also, there are dinosaurs. If you're wondering about them, I can explain those separately. But yes, there are canon dinosaurs in the Naruto world. But you can kind of see also here when we get a screenshot from up above that the mountain range goes on and on and on and on and on in the background. What else can we learn? Well, in a second, we're going to talk about messenger hawks. Messenger hawks are used to travel back and forth between the capital and I can never remember the name of the place off to the side there. One second, what's it called? Nagare. So they're used to travel between the capital and Nagare. They're used to travel between, or send messages rather, between the capital and the observatory at Tatar. And so we are slowly starting to learn quite a bit about the geography and the culture of these people. So here's the hawk going from the prince's estate to the observatory. It takes him about a day to do that, something like that, right? So we're learning a little bit about this society, not just about the scaling of the planet for like our numerical purposes or whatever, but also how these people interact and how they survive in this place. Here's an emissary that comes to visit the observatory from the capital. Okay. Sorry, I made a big mistake here, and I laid things out left to right, which I clowned on Noodles for doing before. I should have done right to left. I'm sorry. I should have taken the time to reorganize them, but I ran out of time. So these should go in the opposite direction. But anyway, we're still reading from right to left, okay? So here is a character who has been sent as a messenger, as an emissary from the capital, who walks all the way over to the observatory. So it is possible, right? But they're doing so through these kind of arid, rugged mountain passes, and it's taking them a while, and there's an acknowledgement that it is a long and difficult journey, even for like one person on their own. Okay, so with all of that being said, oh, actually, here's one thing, right? We do actually see some horse galloping. So again, normally the pages would go in reverse order, 202, 204, okay? So here's my face when watching Naruto YouTube, right here. Okay. I didn't notice his expression there before. So here's the prince, and he's in the estate area. I think this might actually be the observatory. No, I think this is in his estate. I'm not sure. Anyway, here he is. He's in the outskirts of the capital, and he gets on his horse, and there's Gigi and his Margot, his wife, and they're also on a horse, and they dash away. They are capable of galloping over the plains, the terrain. Okay, galop. Okay, so they can gallop, but there's a limited amount of space and real estate for them to gallop. They're not galloping up this hill or that one. They're channeled, right? They're funneled into going through the passes in the mountains, and they're still horses, so they can't really gallop for all that long. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second and go back to the video. There's a whole bunch of other stuff to go over from the novel itself, but let's go back and see what Sage has to say for a little break.
Kakashi only a few hours. For simplicity, let's say a few just means 3.
Okay, actually, I lied. We're going to go back, because the argument that he's about to make here is that a horse can get from... Actually, no. Let me let him say it.
Since we've already established that horses in a normal gallop travel at about 30 miles per hour, we can just plug that into the equation of 3 days and see what the distance is.
No.
But we don't want to have the horse running for 72 hours straight, because that's a bit unrealistic.
Yes.
So to allow for rest as to be conservative, let's just say that the horse in question will travel at this galloping speed for about 12 hours per day for 3 days.
Okay. No. You don't just take an arbitrary number and plug it into horse and assume that horse can do that. You're on the right track, and that you're kind of like acknowledging that horses do need to rest, and you're allocating time for that. But this is completely arbitrary, and again, you will probably kill a horse if you try to do it for like a fraction of this time. You cannot full gallop a horse for 12 hours a day for 3 days. This is ridiculous. And you don't have to take my word for it. I don't know anything about horses. I'm a fucking computer geek, right? Like, I'm not an equestrian, but it took me 10 minutes to learn this. I watched like a YouTube video, I did a little bit of Googling, and of course you can challenge that. Of course, it's not an academic paper or anything like that. But please, I defy anyone out there to prove to me that this is even remotely acceptable horse estimation. This doesn't work, okay? And after everything we've seen over here, right, a horse is not fucking galloping for 12 hours a day across this. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that a horse is doing that. So the idea here is that we're using a horse as a baseline, as a metric, as a yardstick or whatever, to then scale Kakashi off of, but the scaling of the horse itself is completely apathetic and out of pocket. It is completely incurious as to how horses actually work. It's completely incurious as to the actual topography, geography, whatever you want to call it, of the landscape, and of any concerns or considerations as to how the fucking horses would actually enjoy being ridden in this particular way, right? It's makes me horse angry. I'm resisting the urge to say horse shit, but I guess I just kind of gave it away. Oh well. Not every horse can be Epona. Epona is one of a kind. Epona, we protect Epona. We stand Epona. Axel Gray says gallop at least 30 miss or an hour a day. Yeah, I mean, like, you can. I don't have a problem with the idea that a horse can gallop uh, more than a few minutes. I think that the sprint, like the full gallop, it's pretty clear that horses can't really do that. At least not without multiple periods of rest in between. But 12 hours a day, the world record for horse maximum horse distance covered in a day, I think, is 100 miles in a day. That's like very, very specific circumstances. So again, like, now we have to ask the question, okay, even if we could prove that a horse can travel 100 miles in a day or something like that, right? Over certain conditions, or just assuming decent conditions, does it look like she's about to like gallop on this horse for 12 hours straight? Does it look like he's about to gallop this horse for 12 hours straight? Or that they're going to do that here, or that Gigi and Margot are going to do that? Do they look like they're like the horse is not fucking buying it? Does it look like the horse is about to with this face, let itself be ridden at a gallop for 12 hours straight? Think about the actual context of this, right? Going back to the novel quote over here, this is an old lady, and the old lady is saying to Kakashi, who she doesn't know that Kakashi's a ninja. She doesn't know he's a shinobi. She doesn't even believe that shinobi are real necessarily. She thinks there's a myth. They are a myth. And what she's saying that it takes 3 days on horseback to get from Nagare to the capital. When she says it takes, she's clearly referring to herself, to her villagers, to people that she knows, to people from her perspective. So what she is saying is not that like horses can gallop at 12 hours a day across mountains to get between these places. What she's saying is that it takes this guy 3 days on his old ass to ride between the capital and Nagare. That is our metric here. That's what we should be scaling off of. We should be using the context and looking at these characters in context, not just taking the numbers out of context. Hopefully that seems fair.
Hours. For simplicity, let's say a few just means 3. Since we've already established that horses in a normal gallop travel at about 30 miles per hour, we can just plug that into the equation of 3 days and see what the distance is. But we don't want to have the horse running for 72 hours straight, because that's a bit unrealistic.
That's so generous,
to allow
thank you.
for rest as to be conservative, let's just say that the horse in question will travel at this galloping speed for about 12 hours per day.
I mean, honestly, it just kind of like blows my mind a little bit. Like, I don't understand. I genuinely want to understand. I don't think Sage will watch this, which is totally fine. He doesn't owe me anything. But like, if he does, hey, if you're watching, can you please explain to me what your thought process was when you put this together? Non-derogatory, not a leading question. I want to understand. You must have like written this down and gotten to a point where you were like, yeah, I'm going to pick the number 12 hours a day, and I'm going to assume that the horse in question can travel for this amount of time. And then you had the opportunity to go look it up and understand it better, or maybe you didn't think of it, or did you think about it and decide not to, and if so, why? And if you like, hopefully that's making some sense, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me that there wouldn't be more curiosity as to how horses actually work. Where are these numbers coming from? How is this fitting together? How did it not occur to you that maybe I should go learn more about horses? And again, like, non-derogatory, right? Like, horses are fucking cool. we should all learn more about horses. It's just such a bizarre, I shouldn't even say bizarre, it's just such a different approach to content creation to what I'm used to.
For 3 days. That means it would travel 360 miles per day.
Yeah, no fucking way. No fucking shot is a horse doing that. I'm sorry. It's just completely unreasonable.
Or 1,080 miles over.
Axel Gray says, I listen to a lot of fantasy novels. They talk a lot about horse travel. Okay, I'm curious. So how do they handle it in the fantasy novels that you have read? Do they have their horses going faster than this, further than this? And if so, how do they deal with that kind of thing? I'm genuinely curious, because as somebody who is creating a fantasy world, you don't necessarily want to be bound by like the constraints of the real world, right? Like, let me be very clear. Kishimoto is under no obligation to make real, actual horses that follow the rules of real life horses. He can write whatever kind of fucking either oblivious kind of horses that he wants, or fantasy horses, or crazy horses, whatever. Like, obviously, anything that is written in a fantasy world or any kind of fictitious world, it is entirely up to the author to determine how they want to portray the things of the world. So, but that being said, I think I operate under the assumption that most people crafting fantasy worlds want to build worlds that are consistent and reasonable, and as part of doing that, they want to consider the constraints and limitations of the things that they're putting into the medium. So I'm genuinely curious how people balance the desire for realism or groundedness, or not even realism, just like a compellingness, right? Making the world feel like it was deliberately crafted in a believable sort of way. Immersion, I guess. How they balance that with having the freedom to, express things without those constraints. I think it's a challenge, and I'm curious how they solve that.
Over the course of 3 days. Since we've established that Kakashi can travel this same distance in about 3 hours, that gets Kakashi's average travel speed to 360 miles per hour.
Again, I feel like this is very misguided because the fact that Kakashi can jump over mountains and climb up sheer cliff faces and get across these spaces faster than horses do overall doesn't have anything to do with the fact that he can travel faster than a horse at any given time, right? Like, the reality of the matter is that we don't know the kilometer distance between Redaku and Nanare. All we know, or the capital Nagare, capital and Nagare. There we go. All we know is that when a civilian leaves the capital and goes to Nagare, it takes them 3 days to get there. And everything that's involved in the transit and the transport for them, it takes them 3 days to get there. So what route are they taking? Are they galloping over the fucking arid hills like this? Or are they taking trails? Are they taking pathways? Are they stopping to eat? Are they stopping to take a break? You might be wondering about those things. Well, it turns out that I actually have an answer for you. Give me just 1 second. Okay? I have a bunch of quotes from the novel, and I don't have. I'm breaking my own rules here. I know. I don't have the page. Well, actually, no. You know what? I am going to show the page numbers. It's going to take 1 more second to set up, but fuck it. I should stick to my own word. So, do I already have it up? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Let's do this. Try this. To get up the cliff. Come on, man. Okay, we're getting there. To get up the. Okay. So this is on page 130. This is Nanara, who is the prince, I believe, talking about how to get across a part of the battlefield. And this is what he says. Nanara squinted and saw Manari next to him. They were up there. To get up to the cliff required a circuitous route over the pass that went fairly far north from the encampment. Even if he had a horse, it was a half-hour's ride from where he stood. But in terms of how the crow flies, it was only 300 meters. There was no time to lose. Nanara began to climb the cliff. So here we have a scale, right? Here we actually have some numbers to scale the entire region off of. Obviously not, right? The region is not uniform. But what we're being told is that it will take a horse a half an hour to ride the distance of 300 meters. Okay, so in 1 hour, the horse could get 600 meters. In, not going to pretend I could do math, but like in 10 hours, the horse could get, what did I say, like 6,000 meters, so 6 kilometers. So in 20 hours, the horse could get, well, I totally lost my train of thought, right? But you could use this as a way of trying to scale the distance, right? Now, when I say the horse could get, like, in 10 hours, the horse could get 6 kilometers, what I'm saying is that in 10 hours, the horse could get around this incredibly circuitous path to get to something that is, shit, I'm not doing a good job explaining it. Let me, lost my train of thought. Okay. I'm gonna start again because I fumbled the ball on that one. But it's cool. So, what I was trying to say is that I need to eat something too. Okay. So, to get up the cliff required a circuitous route over the pass that went fairly far north from the encampment. Even if he had a horse, it was a half-hour's ride from where he stood. Okay, so on horse, it would take him a half an hour. As the crow flies, it's only 300 meters. Now, does that mean that, like, it would take a horse 300 meters to, or like a half an hour to walk 300 meters in a straight line? Obviously not, right? Because the horse is going to take a lot longer to get there because the route is much more circuitous and winding, etc., right? So, yeah, you could say, oh, it's only a distance of 300 meters, right, between these two spots, but really, is it? As the crow flies, direct distance between the two spots is 300 meters, but the effective distance, the actual distance on the horse, is a lot longer. The horse isn't going 300 meters in a half an hour. The horse is going maybe like a mile or two. It's just going a much more circuitous, long, loping route all the way around, right? Like, if I can see across the river that there's like, I don't know, an ice cream stand that I want to go to. I had ice cream earlier today. And I want to get there, but there's a fucking river in front of me. The ice cream stand is like 100 meters across. Like, I could see it. It's right there, but it'll take me an hour to walk there because I have to go all the way around, find a bridge, and then go over the river, right? That doesn't mean that it took me an hour. If it takes me an hour to walk all the way around, that it took me an hour to walk 100 meters. Effectively, it did, but not literally. Hopefully, that makes some kind of sense. Saria says some of Sanderson's horses can travel for years. It's like, oh wow, it's actually bonkers. But there also aren't a lot of horses in his books. Also, Skyward Saga is the best work. Signed a biased space geek. I need to check that out. You've mentioned that name before. I really need to check out his work. They travel at normal horse walking unless it's a dire situation. That makes sense. You can get a horse to walk for much longer and more consistently as long as you give it the proper pace, so to speak. Sorry says also Brandon Sanderson is like super high fantasy, so his worlds aren't exactly grounded, and that's totally fine. Like, again, no particular artist is bound to any sort of sense of literalism or realism. It's all just if we as power scalers or whatever are going to try to use literalism or realism, then we're going to have to understand the limitations of doing so and stick to our own standards. Axel Gray says, thank you for the new listening material. Oh, yeah. I need to check that out, too. Thank you, Saria, for the recommendation. So, I feel like I rambled too much there. I'm not a big fan of how long it took me to say all that, but whatever. The gist of what I was trying to say was that the horse is going to take a much longer time to get the quote-unquote 300 meters distance than you would normally expect a horse to take to go that distance, because the terrain is all fucky. It's all fucky wucky. It's all like windy and wobbly and shitty, to use the technical terms. So this terrain, we cannot use straight numerical plugged in arbitrary values to evaluate the distance on this terrain. It just does not work. This is why we need to look at things in context, because otherwise we get a completely distorted view of how it takes. Let's look at a couple other things while we have the novel open, okay? Okay. So, here we go. Here is a scene on page 57. Kakashi and Nanara, the prince, are traveling from the capital, or from Nagare to the capital, if I recall correctly, right? And here's the description. It's interesting. They continued to plod along on their horses. It was the morning of the third day of the journey since they departed Nagare. And then it goes on to kind of describe why they were traveling. You can read that more if you want. So it's explicitly mentioned by the old lady before that it takes 3 days to get from the capital to Nagare. And here we have an explicit description of how the travel actually happens. When we have a Redaku citizen who is not a trained shinobi traveling, those 3 days are not galloping pace, speed days traveled. They are slow and plodding. Nanara and Kakashi are just trotting along on their horses, not even trotting. They're just going at the slow walking speed. And that's why it takes 3 days, because they're going through these difficult terrain and they're walking. They're taking their time. Okay? I think there's a couple of references to that. super exploding fabric. Oh yeah, here's the scene where they were acting out like a fight between the Hokage and Zabuza. It's pretty fun. This is a really fun book. Um, so let's see. I have a couple more things. Prime Minister. Oh yeah. So at one point, the Prime Minister of the country, this is on page 61, is describing what he wants the citizens of Redaku to do, namely to invade the Land of Fire. Here's what he says. The Prime Minister leaned back against his chair, annoyed. Where to begin, then? Our land has a relatively harsh environment compared with other countries. Summers are hot, winters are cold, and the majority of the land is poor with an overwhelming lack of natural resources. If there is a famine, no one will come to help us. We've just barely managed to eke out a life sowing wheat, but we will never see any real development. And thus it has been decided that we shall move to a richer place. We will go to war, steal new land, and live there. New land, Nanara asked. Where exactly are you planning for us to live? The Land of Fire, the Prime Minister replied immediately. Huh? Nanara lifted his face in surprise. The Land of Fire? The Prime Minister nodded. A few years ago, at the discretion of the previous king, I descended the mountain. I traveled east from the land of Redaku over several months and toured the outside countries. After I passed through the mountains and crossed several countries, I found the Land of Fire did indeed exist. The ruler there is not called a king, but rather a daimyo. Okay. So you can continue to read here about... Actually, this is kind of interesting. Was the sixth Hokage there? Nanara still doesn't know who Kakashi is and sort of idolizes him, but only the mythologized version of him. Yes, he does in fact exist. Unfortunately, he was out of the country for a conference, so I was not granted an audience with him. What surprised me was the development of the Land of Fire. The country was richer than we could ever imagine. Plenty of food, excellent medical and welfare systems. Using highly developed technologies, they made lumps of metal, dozens of kilometers long, move at incredible speeds. The people get in these lumps and are transported transported around the country, and everyone has devices small enough to fit into the palm of the hand, which they use, or palm of a hand, which they use to share information dispatched from far-off places. No one dies of starvation there. In fact, many people die from the intake of too much sugar. So, really interesting context for all the stuff that is happening in the land overall. They start talking about shinobi and stuff like that. So, obviously the Prime Minister is aware of them, but here, this is something important here. Let me just read this. But one of the officials said hesitantly, it won't be that easy to get to the Land of Fire from here. The ninja will move us in 20 days, a distance that would take half a year by horse cart, the Prime Minister responded with a smirk. So, a couple of very important things to keep in mind here, right? First of all, the intentions and the context for why people are trying to move to the Land of Fire in the first place at all. Second, the Prime Minister, who again is not a shinobi, is not like a wielder of chakra, has no jutsu, has no transportation abilities or whatever, has to hire shinobi to help him get around if he wants to go faster. Specifically, before any of that, before hiring the mercenaries and whatnot, he walked with his feet. Possibly he, no, actually, you know what, I'll take that back. He didn't walk necessarily. He might have got on a horse. It just says descended. So he walked, quote unquote, with his horse feet, with his horse hooves, down the fucking mountain. And he, over several months, toured the outside countries. So this old-ass diplomat on a horse was able to cross multiple different distinct countries through the mountains, including going into Konoha, over the course of several months. So what do you think several means? Do you think it means 3, 4, 5, 6? Let's say 6 months, okay? Let's just pretend it's 6 months. We could plug in another number and see how that works. That means that this guy came from somewhere up here and walked rode his horse all the way down here, and at the very least went like here, and here, and got close to Konoha, and possibly went here, and here. So he was around this general area. Even if it took him 6 months, right, which I don't think that it's necessarily that long, but even if it did, if several counts of 6, then he was able to get all the way down here, go to all these different countries, mind you, touring, right? He wasn't just like blasting through them and gathering intel and then leaving. He was taking his time. He was stopping places. He was presumably like staying overnight at different places, like eating in restaurants, whatnot. He was able to do all of this over the course of a few months. Okay, so that should give you a barometer, no, not a barometer, like a measuring stick, yardstick measurement of how far apart the countries are. A civilian on a regular ass horse was able to tour the area and over the course of several months was able to visit multiple distinct countries. The way he describes it, it doesn't sound like it was just two either, right? Um, I don't think that, or yeah, toward the outside countries. So, I don't feel the need to be this pedantic and literal. If I was in a debate and I was doing the debate bro move, I could say something like the outside countries, meaning all of the outside countries, right? So anything in that category that is any country that is outside Redaku counts as an outside country. So for him to have toured the outside countries, he must have gone to all of these different places over the course of a few months. Now, granted, I that's assuming that he was taking, or I said previously that he went on his horse the entire time, but he just told us about shit like trains. So it's not necessarily the case that he rode his horse the entire time. He could have taken trains between different places or blimps or whatever else, right? In this era, this is Boruto era, so he had other means of modern transportation to get between different places. He wasn't necessarily on his horse the whole time. The point is that a civilian was able to go on vacation for a few months and over the course of it saw at least one of these countries and the Land of Fire, possibly all of them, and it only took him a few months to do that. And I'm emphasizing this. I'm really drawing the line here because I want to establish what the overall scope and scale of these places is if a civilian can accomplish that in a completely non-urgent situation. Okay. The other thing, and then I'll get to chat in just a second, the other thing that I want to outline here is specifically, damn it, where is it? The cart thing. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Where was that line about the cart? Yeah, okay. So they are moving into the new terrain, the new land and all that, and they're thinking of settling there. If they didn't have shinobi help, it would have taken half a year by horse cart. So imagine these people, right, again, traveling between the different nations and going to settle in a convoy in a completely new place. I mean, granted, I think these are actually the shinobi, the hired like thug shinobi back there. Now that I think of it, but regardless of that, imagine a convoy like this of civilians traveling from Redaku to the Land of Fire, and imagine like how long it takes a civilian convoy like that with children and you know elderly people and all that to travel down. You can do a little research in like how long it took for people to get across the United States, for example, back in like pioneer colonial, not colonial, I don't know what the proper term for the era of history is, but when people were moving from the East Coast to the West Coast to settle, and they were traveling in wagon trains and convoys like that, it would take somewhere between 4 to 6 months to get across the country through varying terrain, through potentially hostile areas, with people who were potentially young folks, old folks, sick folks, etc. That's about how long it takes. So you can start to get a picture of how far away these places are. Think about an entire like mini civilization of people descending through these rocky mountains over the course of 6 months. They managed to get from here to here. At what pace are they going, considering all the terrain limitations, considering how difficult that is? How fast are they actually going, and how fast does that mean that they get to settle in the Land of Fire? Doesn't that seem like a much more reasonable metric for the distance traveled than just saying, well, let's assume that a horse can gallop for fucking 12 hours a day at 30 miles an hour or whatever it was? Doesn't that seem like it's looking more at the context of the civilization and how they work, as opposed to just making these like weird arbitrary math assumptions? It's also interesting. I don't have an answer for this yet. I haven't figured this out yet. But it's also interesting to think about how the inclusion of the ninjas or the shinobi will enhance that time from 6 months down to just 20 days. Like, how are they going to accomplish that? Are they going to be like carving away new paths in the rock? Are they going to be essentially like, I don't know, picking them up like Onoki does and making them levitate or something like that? How are they actually going to make that happen? I don't know. They could be using, I was going to say earthbending, they could be using like earth style to basically create channels and paths in the rocks as they go and just like expedite their path. But again, like that's another interesting frame of reference, isn't it? 20 shinobi are able to move an entire like civilization in, or not 20, it's 50, are able to move an entire like small civilization or culture, or whatever the term is, in the same amount of time that it takes Kakashi to move there on his own. So, really want to understand what's going on here, how big this place is, and what the implications are for the people in it. I think it's extremely important to look at all of this stuff in context, because it helps you develop like a broader and more thorough understanding of everything. Sorry, sorry. It says, if it makes you feel better, I would rather you ramble and explain yourself as best as you can because, you know, I'm autistic, so I prefer having things as thorough as possible. I'm really glad. Yeah. I want to acknowledge that I'm not perfect. I don't have all the answers, and there are going to be times that I'm tongue-tied or that I get things wrong or explain things poorly. More incentive for anybody watching this to go and fact-check me and go and do your own research. It's not... I hope I come across this way without having to explicitly state it, but it's not the matter that I'm like objectively better or objectively right compared to Sage or even Noodles. It's just that like we, I think, need to just look at things with more curiosity, in more depth, with greater context, because otherwise we just don't get a good understanding of it. And what pisses me off is not anybody being wrong about any particular thing. It's just having a glib, like, laissez-faire, like, whatever, fuck it, just put in whatever number, you know, fuck horses, like, that sort of attitude of just not caring. I'm sorry, like, I know we don't all have the time in our day and the energy to devote, everything to, to devote infinite energy to everything. I'm sure somebody could look at this and be like, well, he didn't label any of this, he didn't format it correctly, you know, he misorganized things, it looks kind of janky, like, he spelled, he didn't spell Land of Waves correctly, and I get that, and I wouldn't necessarily turn down, those criticisms, but at the same time, there's a difference between just, like, I don't know, being sloppy and disorganized on the one hand, and then just, like, I can't ever know what's going on inside somebody's head, and I don't want to assume intention, but like not exhibiting, not demonstrating or displaying a thorough care in the actual like bones and architecture and setup of the world that you are discussing. Let's be clear that like any Naruto, yeah, exactly, fuck horses, this is war. Yeah, exactly. I'm right there with you. Let's remind me later. I gotta send you this this podcast about like who would win in a war between people on horseback and centaurs. I'd be really curious to see your reaction to it. But yeah, what I'm advocating for is like actually not just picking up the first thing that kind of comes your way and latching onto it, but seeing how that fits into the broader context. And we're not done. Okay, just to be very clear, we are not done with the quotes here. One second, let me see if I can find another one. Okay, there's a touring thing. Let me see if I can find it. This one might be a little harder to find. Okay, so here we go. So there are instances in which horses do race and sprint around, right? So, here we have none are kicking hard, the horses' flanks, and this is happening specifically at Nagare, right? This is happening at the big estate where they run around. So there are definitely instances where horses can sprint and can gallop, but it's important to know that that doesn't mean that they can do that all the way across all those mountain ranges, right? So another thing, I don't know if I'll be able to find the exact quote because I don't want to go through all 36 of them here, but if you're curious, go check out the manga and search for, or the book and search for Ray's name of the Royal Hawk, and there's a few references to oh, he's so cute to him delivering mail, and specifically delivering mail between the Redaku capital and Nagare, and I think at one point the observatory as well. I think we saw that elsewhere, and the statement is made that it takes the bird 2 days to fly between those locations. So you can, this is actually a good thing to read through as well. You can try to estimate the flight of a hawk and try to see how far I can get in a given day. And that can also give you some information as to potentially how far away these places are. So again, like, I'm sorry I don't have the exact quote. I'll see if I can find it on my other page. But that being said, you can investigate this yourself and look for the mentions of this character Ray the Hawk and how far he's able to get in what amount of time, and that further helps you. If we're going to use like real world animal math, we can use hawk math as well as horse math to kind of get us to understand like how far away the places are. I think this is worth reading, and this is just kind of for fun, right? So Kakashi and Nanara are supposed to be studying, and they find this book that has a pop-up imagery in it. They open the book, and it pops up, and it shows them a map of the world. So Nanara starts talking. Wow, a trick book. Nanara leaned. It's so hard to say. Nanara leaned forward. The page was covered with pictures of mountains, oceans, and rivers, and dotted with a variety of characters making what he assumed were words, although he couldn't read them. This is a map, Kakashi told him. It shows you which countries and villages are where and where the roads are. This one page collects all that in one place. See, these are the mountains. Which one's Nagare? Nanara asked. It's right here. Kakashi pointed at the left edge of the map. There was just a bit of text there, all alone in the slight gap where mountain met mountain. So then where's the capital? Around here. Kakashi pointed at the same place as before. Nanara cocked his head to one side, baffled. What are you talking about? That's Nagare. They're the same on the map. Huh? He didn't get it. The world is incredibly large. On a map, the distance between the capital and Nagara is very small, so they're basically in the same place. He didn't think the joke was very funny, but he was kind enough to laugh anyway. However, Kakashi's face remained serious. No, that was impossible. It takes 3 days to reach the capital, you know, he said finally. I do, Kakashi nodded. But the world is even bigger than you think. It would take a lot longer than that to walk from one side of the continent to the other. So, and then he goes on to talk about the Land of Fire. All of this stuff is really interesting and kind of gives you some context into the size of the world. Now, this is not going to help a power scaler, because really what it's talking about is how it's like meant to help convey and help understand just how isolated Ray the Hawk. Yeah, I mean, like, Ray is actually like low key a hard carry for this story. Like, he's an MVP. He's a champion. Might be my favorite character in the story. But anyway, the real point of this is to provide a kind of a distinction between Kakashi's life situation and Nanara's life situation, and also to just kind of emphasize like how remote and cut off the land of Nagare really is, and Redaku really is. I don't think that you're going to, maybe you can, maybe you're smarter than me, whoever's listening to this, but I don't think that you can use this to get like a numerical calc that will help find the size of the planet per se. But it is really interesting, and it gives a more emphasis and more like context for the world building that happened here, right? They also talk about like Kirigakure over here, the wars between different countries, what it's been like for Kakashi to be in a what do you call it? In a place that's surrounded by other countries, and the wars that come from that. So really good world building, not one that we can use in arguments against each other necessarily, which is fine, you know, to just have fun. But I would recommend reading this chapter as well if you're interested in learning more about the place. So let me see. I'm going to scan through these quotes really quick. Adults want to draw water. Yeah, why don't I bring these... Yeah, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll bring these quotes into the other screen, and then we can search for them to find the exact page number, okay? So let's try this. Does that work? Yes? Okay. And I can bring this down. Okay, so hopefully that worked. So let me just scan through here. Feel free to call any of them out if you want me to get into more detail. This was the one that Sage mentioned. The village of Nagara was built into the wall of a ravine. You couldn't get anywhere unless you went up or down a hill. The library stood alone. The cliff rose up behind it, and a watchtower stood to one side to look out over the valley. This was the end of the village. Okay, so let's see. This was the end of the village. Okay, this is on page 29. This is just describing the town of Nanare and the difficulty of the terrain and traversing it. So it's not just something that was invented by the other forms of the story. There was also, yes, spring was springing in the forest. There was more vegetation in Nagare. They do have some amount of equestrian knowledge, right? Like his sister, Nanara's sister, it has a horse and races it around, but that's specifically happening in Nagare. And also Kakashi does apparently have some horse knowledge because he's able to recognize horse allergies and to try and look out for the horse's well-being. That's the stuff we talked about. Oh, I was a little... Hang on a second. Forgot about this. It was a 3 days ride. Let me look at this. Guess I was in a mood when I found that one. It was a 3. So, Marco's relief was fleeting, page 51, but Nanara added, pushing his head out further through the crack of the door, "You come too, Kakashi, then I'll go. Farm work needed to get done that wouldn't if 3 horses were taken from the village, so Marco ended up staying in Nagare. It was a 3 days ride from Nagare to the capital, including changing horses along the way." So, Kakashi and Nanara rode alongside each other and stopped at a town, along the way before night fell. Nanara didn't reveal his royal status, but even so, the townspeople welcomed them. Okay, so he should have been exhausted from being on horseback since morning, but he couldn't sleep. He felt gloomy and sad. Okay, so couple of things here. You know, the math that we were supposed to be using before was just 30 miles an hour at a gallop over mountains, right? No. They go from Nagare to the capital. They stop. They change horse along the way. They ride alongside one another, not some kind of... I mean, I guess you could gallop alongside each other. That's fine. They stop at a town. They sleep there overnight, so they're not moving overnight. That's fine in that, like, Sage allowed room for rest. So this doesn't necessarily break what he said, okay, to be fair. But also, like, the expectation then is that Nanara would have been exhausted from being on horseback since morning. And we know that horses, like, can't handle that kind of galloping. So this further, for that length of time, so this further kind of reinforces that the horses are going at a walking pace, which actually, you know, you can use that as part of your calculations. Now we know that it takes 3 days for a horse to get from one place to another by walking, assuming a stop at night. So just take the calculations that Sage was using before and bring them down from 30 miles an hour to whatever the walking pace is. Maybe we could say it's 12 hours a day. Do a little research and figure out how long. Maybe it's more like 8. I don't know. But they're switching horses along the way as well. So that actually means that they're traveling further, right, than they would have been able to otherwise. So the point of me bringing this up and the point of me getting all spicy and salty about it is not to say, and this is why Sage is wrong and he's a big dumb doo-doo head. It's more to say that, like, look, you're just, like, barely scraping the surface, and there's so much more information here that provides more context and more detail that you can use in your arguments to get you compelling arguments, but that then also have the benefit of being connected directly to the work that Kishimoto has done. You don't have to, like, weirdly pick parts out of it and distort them. You can look at them as part of the overall whole as they were constructed. Hopefully that makes some sense. Let me skim through this. Ignore this. We talked about the plotting through. We talked about the army invading a rich country. Again, like, feel free to you can just like search for all these quotes in here and find them. But if there's anything in specific you want me to call out, we can look at. We already really talked about this stuff in context. Okay, yeah, so let's look at this. The bird caught it deftly in its sharp claws. We're almost done with this. Okay. So now we're talking about sending a book directly to the land of fire. So Kakashi waited for the maid to leave and then turned to the window and gave a signal. The hawk, I think this is Ray, waiting on standby. Oh, this actually might be a different hawk because Ray usually gets called out by name. Anyway, the hawk waiting on standby came gliding down. He tossed the manuscript and the bird caught it deftly in its sharp claws. It wheeled around, spread its wings, and flew off into the eastern sky, almost gliding, to the 7th Hokage of Konoha Gakure. At fastest, it would arrive in 2 days. He'd written a note about how he'd found it and the situation here and slipped it inside the book. It was too bad that the manuscript was written in ancient language. Okay, blah, blah, blah. He was watching the hawk grow smaller in the sky. Okay, so first of all, before somebody fucking gets in here and is like, the hawks could just move at the speed of light or something, I just want to try to cut that off at the pass. Just understand that Kakashi is like hanging out there looking at the hawk go by. He's thinking to himself, he's contemplating what just happened, and then the boy kind of like comes in and he's watching the hawk fade away. Obviously that's not a calculable thing, but he's seeing the hawk fade away. It doesn't like teleport away over the mountains or anything like that. This is just to emphasize that it's a fucking hawk, right? It's a bird. It's not a ninja bird. Yes, it's homing, and like hawks don't really home that way as far as I know. In the real world, that's more of a pigeon thing. But that gives us another thing to go off of. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I think there is another quote that says that when the hawk gets to Konoha, it's like sent back immediately and not allowed to rest or something like that. So maybe this hawk is a little bit better. Like the hawk gets pissed off because it wants to go to sleep, and they say no, you gotta go fly again. So sends it back. But still, imagine a hawk. You know what? Feel free to. Yeah, let's just do this, right? How fast can a hawk, or how far can a hawk fly in a day? Okay. Again, we can double check these, right? This guy says in a fantasy setting, a hawk could travel 1,000 miles a day. Here we got 200 to 300 miles a day, over 300 miles a day. 20 to 35 miles an hour, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's, you can go ahead and pick a number here. You can, use that. You can use any of these things that you want and try to get some kind of an estimate. Try 1,000 miles, try 500 miles, try 1,500. If I remember correctly, Canada geese, when they're in full migration under ideal conditions, can fly up to 1,500 miles a day. So use that. Just say the hawk can fly 1,500 miles a day. It can travel 2 days consecutively without rest, then that's fine. Then that means from all the way up here to all the way down here in Konoha, all that space, or better to zoom in over here, right? So somewhere up here, all the way down to Konoha, that's 3,000 miles. Now that's a high ball because it's using geese instead of hawks, and geese are better at that long distance flying. But it's a fantasy setting, and it's the fucking hawk can fly without rest and blah blah blah. So maybe it can go faster. And then you start to put that together in a framework of the other things that we've known. Okay, it takes 6 months for a wagon train to get all the way down here from here. It takes a few months for somebody to go on tour and go on vacation and see all the different countries, etc., etc. All of a sudden, you start to get a framework, right? You start to get a vague idea of how things are kind of set up. And it starts to seem, like there's a consistency between them. Maybe we don't know exactly how each number, how accurate each individual number is, but we start to get a consistency between the different places. Okay, so let's just double check real quick. I think we're good. Okay, so that's the discussions. I think it's sort of implied that Ray might not be any better than other hawks. I'm not sure. I think this is basically it. Oh yeah, this is an interesting thing. Amphiboles are a specific type of rock thing. And I just thought it was interesting that they called that out. Composed, a cliff broke. So Nanara climbed. Let's look at this in context, just so that we know it's coming from the right source. Amphibole. Okay, Nanara's trying to climb up that 300 meter distance and climbing up the cliff. This is on page 136. It says, Nanara climbed desperately. The amphiboles that composed the cliff broke easily, making them useful stone material for paving roads, but rendering them a serious hindrance at the moment. So, two very interesting and very useful things to know there. One is that the cliffs are very difficult to actually traverse on your own, which just sort of increases Kakashi's feat. But also that they can be broken apart and used to pave roads. So, there is definitely a road that's going through parts of Nagare and Redaku in general. It's just not the most direct path, and it does help circumvent some of that difficult terrain stuff that we mentioned before. but still, it might wind up being the case that Kakashi himself goes faster and does better than even the horses on those paved roads, because, as we were told earlier in this scene, those roads are still going to be circuitous and going, like, meandering around. While we're on that subject, at the beginning page over here, this is actually a very useful piece as well. On page 12 at the very beginning, this is what we are told about Kakashi's entrance into Redaku. The top, finally. Hatake Kakashi sighed, sick of the whole endeavor, after crawling up to the peak of a mountain face that was basically a sheer cliff. It had been 20 days since he'd left the land of fire. He'd been on the move day and night, and now the landscape and the climate were entirely different from the country he'd left behind. There was nothing but rough wasteland as far as the eye could see. I should have opened with this. There was nothing but rough wasteland as far as the eye could see, as though the landscape had been cracked in half with a palm strike. Beyond the bleak mountains, he could see what looked like an actual town, so small it nearly vanished in the distance. It was a long journey, but he was almost there. A couple more mountain crossings, and he would at last arrive at his destination. I wonder if they have onsens. Judging from the harsh terrain, Kakashi knew his hope for an onsen was a futile one, but he held on to this bit of optimism as he slid down the cliff, heels digging into the face of the mountain and sending stones clattering. The cloak he had wrapped around him flapped as he marked out a dark green trail on the deep gray slope. He was on his way to the land of Redaku, a city-state nestled quietly in a valley plain, hidden behind the peaks that rose up all around it. Almost completely cut off from the outside world, this country was half legend, and the countless songs sung about it stirred the imaginations of the people of the Five Nations. I was hoping I could find that, the rock and sand, the thing about the, like, jagged rocks, like moon shards falling or something. But anyway, yeah, that just kind of helps set the scene, I think. Horse is not fucking doing this, for the record. I think that's probably it. Okay. Gonna take like a 30-second break to rest my voice, drink some water. So, if I've accomplished anything thus far in the video, I hope that it is not that I have been... sorry, it says, why is he wearing a cloak? Who's he R farming for? So, counterintuitively, I was watching a video about, like, Aladdin, the Disney movie, being racist, and they kind of have a tendency to depict people in the cartoon as, like, being shirtless or wearing, like, very loose sleeves, or not loose sleeves, but, you know, like, like this. I don't know what you call this outfit. Like that. Like the baggy pants. And then like the guards as well, you know, exposed arms and stuff like that. My understanding based on that particular video was that this kind of attire is like pretty unrealistic for a desert environment. It's much more comfortable and practical to wear clothing that has long kind of flowing elements to them, because you're going to want to have a lot of airflow and to be shielded from the sand and shielded from the sun. So it actually kind of makes sense that Kakashi would be wearing a cloak, because, I mean, I don't know what he's wearing underneath it. I don't want to spend too much time thinking about that. But you need shade from the sun. You need protection from, like, debris and elements and stuff in the sand or whatever else. And you need loose flowing clothing that will keep you cool, not by like stifling you like a sweater would, but by encouraging airflow, like back and forth as it flaps around, essentially. Something like that, right? Something like that, yeah. I'm curious, do they actually... Okay, so sort of, kind of got it. Not really. I don't think it quite fits the aesthetic. They basically... I mean, he's basically Jafar. This is the prime minister we've been talking about. He's just literally Jafar. You know, .jpg. Anyway. So with that all being said, if I had a specific goal, if I achieved something with this video thus far, it's definitely not like debunking anyone. It's definitely not like trying to call anybody stupid or saying like, oh, you can't do this or whatever. Although maybe I did wind up addressing some points. If I did so in a constructive manner, that's great. The point more, though, is that whether you are a content creator or a content consumer or both, whether you are a casual fan or more into the power scaling or debating, you're only going to help yourself and you're only going to enhance your understanding and hopefully enjoyment of a series if you spend more time going deep and going broad. Don't pause. If you really just like try to look at things in context. You know, I think Sage used the phrase, I scoured Naruto canon for this information. And, like, benefit of the doubt, maybe he did. Great. That's great. But I didn't even scour Kakashi's story. I just read it, and there was a lot of stuff in there that even if I never made a video, or, like, even if I never used it in an argument, rather, or used it to debunk anything, it was just interesting and cool, and I wound up learning more about the Naruto universe by doing so. I find that we have this tendency to just like pick either a topic or an argument or an agenda or whatever it is, and then just like achieve too much of a hyper focus on that. But that's not the point, right? That's not gonna really get us to a place of genuinely understanding the stuff that we're talking about. Not really. Just understanding a fragment of it, understanding a weird distorted version of it for a point that we're trying to make, but not actually like getting it in context. I want everybody to please consider just being a little bit more curious and diving in a little bit more deeply and examining things in context. And especially if it's a content creator, including myself, who's telling you information out of context from something, go read the thing or watch the thing that they're talking about. If I quote something, your response should never be, oh, I guess that's right, like I'll just believe it, right? As flattering as it might be for you to trust me like that, I would much rather you go and be like, that's interesting, let me go check, and then go fact check it, right? Go see it yourself. I'm giving you an excuse to read the novels. I'm giving you an excuse to go and watch like that part of Boruto, right? Take it as a catalyst, not as a final say.
Since a much weaker version of Kakashi from the War Arc is able to keep pace with characters like KCM Naruto and even KCM Minato, we can consistently get his combat speed to FTL+.
I'm not gonna get into this tonight.
So, to be honest, even 360 miles per hour can be taken as a low ball, but we'll go with that.
No, I don't really want to get into the whole FTL stuff tonight. That's coming up later. I'll just point out that even if you do think a character has an FTL feat, it's important to understand the context of what that FTL feat is. So if we're saying that Kakashi's FTL consistently, does that mean that he's like running around over mountains at the speed of light consistently? Or does that mean that, like you said, he's able to keep pace with people like Minato and KCM, Naruto, and all that? Okay, so in that context, does keeping pace mean maintaining like a marathon sprint for multiple days going running, or does it mean like using, I don't know, Shunshin or using like super fast taijutsu, being able to move in short bursts? There is a difference between being able to sprint and being able to run a marathon. So I'm not gonna debunk this or anything. I'm not gonna try to start shit about this right now, but like, please let's all remember the context that these feats are happening in, and let's really be careful about whether or not the context for Kakashi fighting Madara or whatever is the same as Kakashi, like Kakashi no longer of the Sharingan, by the way, traveling long distances across countries. I will say though that just to kind of put a point in Sage's favor. Shit, had this earlier today. There is a statement when Kakashi is fighting at the final scene, somewhere around page 130, 140, where there is an explicit statement that says even though Kakashi had gotten vastly stronger than when he fought against Kaguya or something like that. So there is a statement here that puts Kakashi in this novel and in the Boruto era as much stronger than he was at the end of the war. I believe the phrasing is specifically at the end of the war. So it's not saying that like he's way stronger than he was when he was DMS Kakashi in his perfect Susanoo. Just that, like, after the war was done, he was at a certain post-war level of strength. Since then, though, he did get a lot stronger. So take that as you will. But there is a statement in here somewhere on page 130, 140 of Kakashi being stronger. Feel free to go searching for it. Hopefully that's helpful if you're looking to establish Kakashi's strength in Boruto era.
I will like to point out, though, this is just not accounting for the idea that horses in Naruto may have chakra. We know that all life on Earth was impacted by the infinite Tsukiyomi, including cats and dogs.
Okay, so I don't know what the fuck the Tsukiyomi is, but that's fine. Maybe I can go ask Noodles after this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's petty of me. Especially since Suku and Tsuki can be used kind of interchangeably. Like, just Newton. That will haunt me to my dying day, I'm sure. I don't think it's. I don't like the way that this is stated. Saying that because it affected cats and dogs, that it affected all life on Earth. Are we sure about that? Are we 1,000% sure about that? Do we really want to go down the whole like fucking trilobites and nematodes and like I don't know. I don't even know if trilobites are alive today or if they're like prehistoric or whatever. But do we really want to like go down the path of like every worm and every fish and every everything like that? Every goddamn bird. Yes, some cats and dogs were affected. Yeah, probably other mammals and any other creature who is capable of sentience, to some extent, is probably affected by it. But yeah, I mean, I think I had a 4-hour stream complaining about Noodles saying that all the fish were put into the genjutsu, so I'll stop myself here. But let's not.
So it makes sense that horses would have chakra.
So I'm not gonna take too much time to like try to address this specifically. I'll just say this: I think that it would be worth a discussion at a later point about whether or not about what it means to have chakra and whether or not animals like passively just have chakra, because the way it's described to us, I know Sage has a video on this, so I should probably just go watch it before I comment more on this. But like the way that chakra is initially described to us by Ebisu and all of them, and Kakashi as well, is that it is a substance essentially that we produce either consciously or unconsciously, but we make it out of spiritual energy / mental energy and physical energy, right? It's something that we have to deliberately choose, or I guess maybe some people are capable of doing it without even thinking about it, like maybe Obito just does it passively, like he generates chakra or whatever to power Kamui, even though he's not thinking about it all the time. But it is something that like you have to have a certain ability or aptitude to do, and then like produce it. You have to make it. It's like an active thing that your body does on some level. So I don't know if I would necessarily personally assume that like horses themselves had chakra, just even if they were like affected by the Rinnegan. If we saw, or the Infinite Tsukuyomi, if I saw a picture of a horse with Rinnegan eyes affected by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, my personal response to that would not be, okay, that horse definitely has chakra. But I'm not sure. I would need to go do some more research, because you know that lady that Jiraiya puts under genjutsu, or that the fuck is his name, that Itachi puts under genjutsu to seduce Jiraiya. She's a civilian, right? She doesn't have any ninjutsu abilities. So, but she's put under genjutsu, and some people say that like genjutsu only works on people with chakra, so that would mean that she must have chakra, unless you interpret genjutsu just working on the senses and not needing chakra, in which case then she doesn't have to have chakra, right? It's like kind of a whole other topic that I think deserves its own full investigation that I'm not like prepared for right now. My initial reaction though is kind of like, I feel like this is too facile, or whatever the term is. It's too easy, right? It's too easy to just say this without a deeper investigation. But to his credit, I think Sage did actually do a video on this topic. So I'm sure he's explored it in greater detail there, and you should probably go watch that instead of listening to me fucking complain about it. Can you put chakra in people? Yeah, I think so. Um, yeah, 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 you can. Uh, but I don't know if that means that like you need to have chakra already to then be receptive to chakra being put in you, right? I think it's not how it works as far as I'm aware. But again, I don't know. I think it's open to interpretation. I think there's some conflicting information. Honestly, I think it was like somewhat retconned and whatnot. I want to go watch Sage's video later, and I also want to see. Somebody recommended this video to me by Magic System Monday called Naruto's Legacy of Contradicting Itself, and I think the creator there also went into some good detail about some contradictions in the magic system. It's on my playlist. I need to actually fucking watch it. Sorry, but yeah.
I mean, toads can use chakra. The snake summons can use chakra. So it's weird to say that they wouldn't be able to, but we'll just stick with these numbers. So
I don't. I think it would be weird to assert like they definitely can't. But I think there's also, like we talked about before, there's a distinction between like the snake summons like Manda or Aoba or Aoda, who are capable of speech and battle tactics and stuff like that, versus like the little, remember like the little teeny snake that scurries away from Orochimaru after he's killed by Itachi, and then like a little bit of a Matarasu gets on him or whatever. There's creatures like that. There's like random birds and fish and shit that don't really seem sentient or intelligent or particularly reactive in that way. So I think I would I would say that any like sentient animal would be affected and would have chakra, probably based on what we see. But there's a whole other like class of animals that just aren't like what were we talking about recently? Oh, like Pluto in Scooby in Disney, and what's his name? Goofy in Disney are both dogs, but they're obviously like very, very different dogs. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into Disney lore.
now that we have these,
Okay, Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath as he crawled up to the top of the rocky cliff 20 days after leaving the land of fire. Constantly moving during day and night, the scenery and climate have completely changed. The land is rough and bumpy, full of rocks, as if someone broken the moon down with bare hands. Beyond the mountains, there seems to be a man-made. So interesting. This is the fan translation of the novel. Interesting that he. I don't know if this means anything or whatever. I wouldn't read into it, but interesting that he used the fan translation here, but used the official like English publication for the other thing. Maybe just being thorough and kind of showing both.
we know that Kakashi traveled from Konoha to the land of Redaku in 20 days, with the novel stating that he traveled constantly day and night.
Okay, well, let's see. Constantly moving during day and night. Okay, that's the way it's phrased here. How is it phrased back in part 1? What the hell? Sorry, my mouse is possessed. Weird. Oh. Sorry, my mouse has a feature that I didn't realize. Kind of cool. So what does it say in the original? It says he'd been on the move day and night, and now the landscape and climate were entirely different from the country he left. And what does Sage's translation say? Constantly moving during day and night. Okay. So, look, if I tell you I've been working around the clock on a new video, first of all, I assume that oh yeah, sorry. No, there's apparently it's like a edgy fucking gamer prospect, gamer mouse or whatever. And I just got it because it like I tested a bunch of them at the Best Buy or whatever, and it felt comfortable in my hand. I don't care about the other stuff. But it's got a button right in the middle of it that apparently. So if I move my mouse wheel, I don't know if you can hear that, but it makes like a little clicking sound. And if I press the button in the middle, it just goes smooth. Like there's no, it doesn't like click, 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 click. If that makes any sense. So yeah, I don't know if that means anything. It's just a little feature. So if I tell you that I'm working around the clock, first of all, hopefully you don't picture me actually like sitting on top of an actual fucking clock, like on a clock tower or something, and like hanging off of the clock as the hand goes around. Obviously that would be silly, right? Hopefully you also understand that that doesn't literally mean I am working 24 hours or whatever the precise numerical length of a day is, every single day without stopping, without eating, without sleeping, without shitting, without pissing, without drinking. Like, it's just an expression that means that I am working very, very hard. Now, it's quite possible, like, I have crunched before for long periods of time. The first video game I worked on was like a 6-month crunch or so, and it required me to work around the clock, basically. Like, I would get up, I would eat, I would maybe go to the gym, usually not, and then I would just work until I got tired, like, usually till like midnight, and then I would go home and do it again the next day for like 6 months. It was really bad, not fun at all, but at the same time, kind of useful, I guess, in some ways. I can talk about that on a Thursday stream. Either way, I would have said I was working around the clock, and it wouldn't have been true, because in the most literal sense. So, how should we interpret this scene? This phrasing over here. Is it possible that Kakashi traveled without sleeping for multiple days? Probably, yeah. Is it possible that Kakashi, especially knowing that Naruto was sick and he was trying to find a cure for his illness, that Kakashi would have put pressure on himself and maybe even used stimulants or something like that to continue traveling for that amount of time? Sure. Does Kakashi have the capacity cognitively, do Naruto characters have the capacity cognitively to sustain mental awareness for that amount of time consecutively without rest? What precedent do we actually have for characters being able to move 20 days straight with no sleep? Is that reasonable at all? And no eating and no pausing whatsoever. Sure, if you get to a certain point where, like, Naruto has, say, just 6 paths abilities and he can fucking fly around and he can heal wounds and revive the dead, essentially, whatever the fuck else he does, he's basically Jesus at the end of the series, right? Like, okay, that's one thing. But post DMS Kakashi, Zero Sharingan Kakashi, does it make sense that characters like him can go for 20 days without sleeping and eating at all? Does that fit within the universe? I'm asking genuinely, right? I have my own opinion, obviously, maybe that's leaking through a little bit, but I am asking for whoever's listening to this to just think it through and decide for yourself where it fits in to your picture of the world overall. I'm not trying to prove it per se. But here we are presented with 2 different translations. Interesting to me that we have now switched translations, and we are now using this translation instead of using this. Interesting that the shift has happened. I don't know why it happened. Genuinely, I can't be in Sage's head. But it is interesting that we are now using a different translation, and we haven't been informed of why that is or what the point of that is. But let's look at the translation differences. Constantly moving during day and night versus he'd been on the move day and night. Okay, the word constantly is not here. The word constantly is over here. So which one of those fits the perspective of somebody who never has to sleep and is more useful for power scaling, for distance scaling the planet? The one where it does say constantly, or the one where it doesn't say constantly? Obviously it's this one, which is why this one is being used and this one is being used. Okay, I've revealed my not so subtle perspective on why this was brought up. That being said, understand that it's also entirely valid to look at this and read it as Kakashi traveled both during the day and also traveled during the night. You don't have to look at this and be like, he never stopped at all for 20 days straight, right? You could very easily allow for some time for him to eat and sleep, but never to really stop for any long amount of time in one place. He can camp, he can relieve himself in nature, he can grab some food, and he can like get a couple of wolf naps in here or there and still be fine and still fit this definition. And this is my problem with why I'm getting fucking tired of the power scaling shit, is because it just forces us, we're not looking at this in context, we're not really trying to understand what is going on in the story as much as we're just looking for little specific phrases that we can pull out of context and say like, okay, this proves, because it's verbatim stated, that he was traveling for 20 days and nights without stopping. Okay, like I said, it's open to interpretation. If you want to believe that, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you, but personally, I don't see the point of this approach when there's better ways to put it into context. And if you're going to just switch translations to whichever one benefits you at the time, maybe at least like mention that you're doing that. At least give some transparency to your audience as to why you have made those choices. Is this actually a better, more accurate translation? Did you get it translated? Did you look at the kanji in the original Japanese and see if it applies better? At the end of the day, if this is the best one, right? If this is the most accurate one, is using the best language, then let's accept it. If we do have objective proof that Kakashi can move for 20 days with no stopping it, then we should accept that and understand the story truly. But how should I know as a viewer whether this translation is better than the other one? If it's just being swapped out whenever it's convenient, you know? Fuck.
And we can now establish the distance between Konoha and Redaku due to having this information.
Redaku.
360 miles per hour for 24 hours a day over the course of 20 days gets us to a whopping 172,800 miles.
Stop the screen shake.
Since we know that Redaku is...
Okay, so this kind of transitions into another topic or another perspective on this stuff that I think is worth bringing up. Sometimes you will do math, you will perform a calculation, you will get to a conclusion on stuff in the real world, stuff in like fictional scaling, whatever else, and you'll get to that conclusion and it will seem internally logically consistent. It will seem like the math works. It will seem like everything flows. It will seem like it all makes sense. But does it actually make sense in context? For something to genuinely be quote-unquote true or be acceptable, it needs to not only be internally logically consistent, but it also needs to have explanatory power. In other words, if a piece of evidence is to be considered and accepted, it needs to both internally work and be logical and like reflect logical principles and stuff like that, but it also has to provide some kind of reasonable reflection or integrate into our understanding of reality, whether that reality is a fictional reality or our real world. Either way, it has to fit. Unless it's so compelling that when we put it into the model of the world that we already have, it just exposes that we actually misunderstood the world itself. So if I did some math and the math turned out that like the acceleration due to gravity was actually 20 meters per second squared and not 9.8, right? And everything in my math was correct and everything seemed logical and reasonable, one of two things is true. Either A, even though my math seems right, it doesn't fit in with everything else we know, so I need to go back to drawing board, or just maybe acknowledge that there's an unknown problem with my math and try something else. Or everything else that we know about gravity on this planet is incorrect, which might be the case. And sometimes like new scientific innovations are made of that nature, and when that happens, it's actually very exciting, albeit a bit intimidating because we're now confronting like having to go back to the drawing board on so many things. So if you're doing a calc and you get to this a number like this, as compelling and exciting as it might be to try to latch onto it, try to put it into the context and see, does it fit with everything else that we know and understand about the world? So for example, when we were talking before about how Redaku over here, a hawk can get from, actually it's way over here, a hawk can get from Redaku to Konoha in 2 days. Even if we assume that a hawk can go from, can travel 3,000 miles without stopping over the course of those 2 days, then that would mean that as the crow flies, or as the hawk flies, there's about 3,000 miles of distance between Redaku and Konoha. Let's expand that. Let's just say that that hawk can actually fly 10 times faster. 10 times faster than any hawk in our world. We don't have a precedent for that, but let's just say it's some kind of fucking turbo hawk that can do that, okay? Then that still means that it would be 3,000 miles. Is it? No, 30,000 miles. 30,000 miles between Redaku over here and Konoha, okay? That's still a lot, but that's somewhat reasonable. If we assume that like a wagon train can travel 2,000 miles over the course of 6 months, then we would assume that it would be going from around here, around that same place, to here in 6 months. It would be about 2,000 miles. Okay, that pretty much works out. But let's just say that was a low ball. Let's just say that somehow this wagon train full of like civilians and old people and all that could actually manage to travel 20,000 miles somehow over the course of 6 months. Okay, fine. Then we have a figure of 20,000 miles from here to here, and we have a figure of 30,000 miles from here to here. That kind of works, right? Or sorry, like from here to here is 30,000 miles, and then from here to here to here is 20,000 miles. That kind of works, right? Those two things are consistent with each other. And then we can start to put together the other things that we know about, like the distance that it takes to get from Suna. And then we haven't even started talking about any of this other shit from the series. which might just go for another stream because it's getting long already. But like as a preview, it looks like it only takes maybe a day or two or maybe three for like Kid Naruto and Kakashi and all of them to get to the Land of Waves, which some people would put around here. So the walking speed of Genin lets them get from here to here in a day. Even if they were sprinting, like this is like Genin Sakura is part of the troop, okay? They managed to get from here to here in maybe a week, right? Like at most. So even if we assume that Sage's math is correct and that it's like, I don't know, I'm gonna simplify it because I'm bad at math, right? It's like 300 miles a day that they fucking Genin Sakura and co can run, and assuming that they were running, then if they got here in like 3 days, that would just be under 1,000 miles, right? So if they got here in 6 days, it would be just under 2,000 miles, something like that. So let's say that, okay, let's highball it. Let's say that there's 2,000 miles in between Konoha and the Land of Waves. That seems like a massive highball to me. But okay, that's still basically consistent, right? That's still in the same basic ballpark. There's a whole bunch of other stuff we could do. Very briefly, I'll just say that, like, you know, it was about a day or two for everybody to sprint from Konoha to, where is it? The Land of Sound, over here, right? Obito manages to deploy his troops and get him across the bay from somewhere in here to somewhere over here. And I'll pull up scans for that as well over the course of a few hours. Right? So, are the fucking white Zetsus traveling under the water at, hundreds of miles an hour? Or is this just not all that far apart? You have to put things in context. You have to put things into context with other parts of the series. Otherwise, you're just gonna get this weird fragmented view. And so now let's take what we learned from our highball. 3,000 miles from here, 30,000 miles from here to here, 20,000 miles from here to here, the very end of the Land of Fire, and maybe 20,000 miles or 2,000 miles from here to here. Keeping all that in mind, that those are all highballs, in all likelihood, where the fuck does this go? Like, how do we put this in anywhere? Because if this is true, he's saying that, like, from up here down to here is 172,000 miles. 172,000 miles. So what would that mean for the distance over here? If it was 2,000 before, like, how much more would it be? Would it be 4,000? Would it be 10,000? Would it be 100,000? What kind of factor would that mean that this would increase by? And then how is that reasonable? If Sakura is, again, going from here to here in less than a week, in all likelihood, we could dispute that, of course, but, like, can Sakura travel, like, thousands of miles as a child? Like, before she's ever even been in any real fight? This is before the fight with fucking Zabuza? Is Sakura really sprinting thousands of miles over the course of a couple days before ever being in a fight? Like, I don't fucking think so, personally. This is why we have to put things into context. Fuck. Sorry, it says 20,000 miles in 6 months. I can do it in the flying Reggie instant. Well, that's the thing. In Boruto, Boruto himself puts all those, like, little charms around, like the tokens or whatever, and he's able to teleport to them. But that's teleportation. That's space-time ninjutsu. And something that I actually learned from Sage is that I think it's the flying Raijin, that the way that it works is Minato teleports, or like moves into a subspace and then out again in another location, right? Or maybe that's the transportation jutsu, or the summoning jutsu, I forget. But yeah, basically it's like, it's effectively instantaneous. So, you know, it's effectively faster than light in that you're in one place and then you are in another place. You're not translocating, you're not like transitioning your body across distance in the same way. You're just, it's kind of like going through a portal or something like that, right? So yeah, people forget about logistics. Yes, they do. They forget about logistics because I think genuinely, like, we have trained ourselves to specifically look for specific kinds of data in a specific way because it's useful and beneficial to us in certain kinds of conversations, which is fine, like namely debates, which is fine, quote unquote, but then, like, it means that when we actually come to explaining and understanding the series itself overall holistically, it's hard to turn that off And it just leads to these like wild misunderstandings. Like come on, come on. But really, we're just getting started, right? So
172,800 miles. Since we know that Redaku...
Okay, so what are you talking about? The distance between them is very small and almost nothing. Ha ha ha. Nanara thought it was a joke, but Kakashi wasn't laughing. But it takes 3 days to reach the capital. Indeed, and the world is much larger. If you walk across the continent, it will take much longer. So, out of curiosity, over here, which translation is this from? Ha ha ha. Let's look for this. Okay. Uh-huh. Didn't find anything. So, but it takes 3. Okay, let's try that. But it takes... I don't think... Hang on. Okay, I think I might have been... Let me try this again. But it take... Nope, okay. So now we're back to the translation. Okay. Just curious why. I actually don't know at this point.
is on the other side of the continent. We can now scale the planet's
Wait, hang on.
miles. Since we know that Redaku is on the other side of the continent, we can now scale the planet's size.
I don't know about that. I mean, I guess so. Yeah. Be over here. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Is based on these numbers. This image we get of planet N shows us that there are probably 3 continents on the planet, but which one of these houses the 5 great nations?
I think that this is supposed to be... I'm not sure. I think he's gonna want to disagree with me, but like this over here, this little inlet or these 2 bays might be this. Wait, this is... Well, hang on, no. It would be these 2 bays, and then it would have to be like a long outward protrusion for the Land of Lightning, right? So, and is that supported here? Yeah. So, maybe like that. This could be the Land of Lightning. It looks a little small, though. Honestly, it doesn't really look like any of the countries that I recognize. I don't think... This is from Boruto, by the way. I don't think this really lines up with the continents as we see them. But I don't... Maybe this? Let's see. I look at that one in the background. Oh, wait. There's an island, though. Okay, yeah, hang on. There's like additional islands and stuff like that. So let's see. Maybe. I think maybe over here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me know if you are watching this. Leave me a comment or whatever if you think that the planet map here lines up. I'm not seeing it personally. Maybe it's supposed to be over here. Well, I mean, like... Okay, hang on a second. So, this is where the fucking... Yeah, okay. So this is where Ida's casting her omnipotence, and that means that this is or Ada, excuse me. That's where Konoha is. If that's the case, then over here would be it doesn't like line up 1-to-1, but like I guess this might be the Land of Lightning, and this is like above it or something. I mean, it's not a 1-to-1 like map or whatever, but yeah, this is Konoha, and it's kind of coming off like that. It's definitely not a 1-to-1, but I mean, it has to be this way, right?
It's difficult to tell, but I think it's...
Well. Here's the problem with this, though, is that I think our eyes are inclined to see this as being the axis of the planet, especially since there's a ring around it. It makes us look like makes it look like that's what it is. But the problem with that is that this is Ada's omnipotence, and this ring that we're seeing is not a natural formation of the planet. It's like a beam of energy that she's cast out from the planet. So we're looking at it from an angle, but it's kind of hard to tell if all of this is tilted, if this is all like at a 45-degree angle, and this is actually the like the North Pole. I don't think it is, actually, because this would be coming from Konoha. So the North Pole might actually just be up here, and the South Pole might actually just be down here. And in that case, yeah, the whole, like, the assumption of the tilt, like, this kind of looks like Spain, like, coming off over here, right? So it's tough. I'm not convinced. I don't know. I have to look into this more.
It's most likely
Logistics aren't in my DENA. This is a Zootopia reference. Man, I gotta rewatch Zootopia because like the sequel's coming out soon, right? So gotta
this
one
one
up
at
in the
the
lore.
top right. The reason for this is because it's difficult to tell, but I think it's most likely this one at the top right. The reason for this is because this section right here sort of holds the shape that we get for the 5 great nations right here and allows for the consistency of the numbers that we've established, with the statement about Shikamaru reaching a...
Okay, I'll just admit my limitations there, and I won't like get too much into that. I'm not seeing it. I personally don't see the connection at all. But okay. Land of Silence. I don't have this pulled up. I have the physical copy. But this is correct. Sorry, what can I say? I don't have this PDF, but I do have the hard copy, and I can confirm that this is from the Shikamaru Hiden novel, or whatever it's called. So I have read this. After running for 3 days and nights, Shikamaru and his team arrived in the Land of Silence. Land of Silence was a small nation on the western edge of the continent. About 70% of the land was surrounded by mountains and forest, while the plains that made up the remaining 30% dotted the various regions of the country. Okay, that's fine. So again, I don't remember exactly what Land of Silence is. I think it might be mentioned here. Land of Silence would be in this area over here, which makes sense. So that would be Land of Silence, and then Redaku would be up there, okay?
A western point on the continent in 3 days. The area where the Land of Silence is at is probably here, just on the other side of Suna, which takes 2.5 days to travel to from Konoha.
I do like that scaling to a certain extent by saying that, like, okay, if it takes 2.5 days to get here, or even 3 days to get here, then it would also take 3 days to get here. Like, it's about the right distance away. That makes sense to me. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
Which is here. So we can take this distance here, we can rotate this sideways, and then lay that distance out 6 or 7 times, and if it just follows the planet, we'll end up on the other side of the planet about right here. So
what the fuck?
you could say that that's where the end of the continent is, where we get to Redaku. So you could say...
I understand that...
we'll end up on the other side of the planet about right here. So...
Sorry, it says, imagine a marching band going to the Land of Silence with a fucking power movie. Yeah. I mean... if there were any reason to ever like bring back like Tayuya or whatever, that would be a good time. I actually wish there were more like musically inclined like Sonic Ninja characters, but yeah, I don't know if Orochimaru's up to much in the Boruto era, but maybe we could get him. They could send him with a new sound troupe. Look, I'm not gonna pretend that I'm like gonna sit here and start calcing like angles and parabolas and shit to try and disprove this. I wish we had seen more math than just like a schmear on the planet. I don't think that this works when Konoha is here. But if he's saying that like, okay, Konoha is here and then this wraps around the back and then comes back around here, and then the Land of Silence is like over here, and then Redaku would be like on the other side of the planet. I think it would be more like around here. But if that's the case, then okay, like I don't need to argue this. Sorry, I think it's because like if he's trying to illustrate that like the other places on the other side of the planet, right? Like he's drawing from here up through here, and then he's going behind the planet. So maybe he could have like shaded this differently, but the target place that he's looking at is actually through the planet on the other side, I think.
You could say that that's where the end of the continent is, where we get to Redaku. This distance seems to make up about half of the circumference of the planet, bringing the total circumference of planet N to an insane 345,000.
Yeah, first of all, can you show the pixel calc, please? Instead of just saying based on pixel calcs, so that we can evaluate them, and preferably like submit them somewhere where other people can evaluate them and compare them to other ones that might have been done. You know, make it a community effort. Also, yeah, you're right, it's insane.
600 miles, or 13.87 times the size of our Earth, or about 1.26 times the size of Jupiter. Now, I know this sounds insane.
It does.
But again, keep in mind, this is assuming that a character who is massively FTL would only be
He's not.
traveling at 360
No, you're good. It's confusing. Sorry, you're good.
miles per hour. I mean, Kakashi as a teenager is able to outspeed a lightning bolt, which at its slowest, the downstroke, travels at 587 times the speed of sound.
Okay, I feel like I'm watching a Noodles video. Like, seriously.
At its slowest, the downstroke, teenager is able to outspeed a lightning bolt.
Okay, so again, like, we've talked about this on stream before, and I think I've talked about it in Sage's server in the past, but, like, what does it say on the page? What does it say on the panel? It says, Kakashi is known as one who cut through a lightning bolt. He's known as one who's cut through a lightning bolt. So he has the reputation, a legend associated with him, of him cutting through a lightning bolt. Do we ever see that ever happen? No. Do we ever have another character explain how it happens, or why it happens, or what the circumstances are? Well, in one anime episode that I'd have to go look up, it was somebody in Sage's server actually made me aware of it. So I'm sorry I don't remember who that was, but credit/thank you to you for doing so. That scene involves Kakashi and Guy fighting against some ninja from, I think, Iwagakure, some stone ninja. The stone ninja are up on a cliff. They're summoning lightning or something. They're fucking with the weather. And all we see is Kakashi readies a lightning bolt in his hand, a Raikiri in his hand, and he dashes up the cliff towards them. And then it cuts away. We never see him actually cut through the lightning bolt or whatever. So, as far as we know, this is entirely legend, entirely myth. A better interpretation, I think, is that he intersected a lightning jutsu from another character. Another possible interpretation is that they were bringing down lightning from the sky, and like a Kirin, like something similar to that, and Kakashi thrust forward, and as he thrust forward, he pierced through, he intercepted, he cut, he bisected, whatever, the lightning bolt. But that doesn't mean that he ran faster than the fucking lightning bolt. It doesn't mean that he fucking outsped the lightning bolt. When he had a Raikiri in his hand, at some point, under some circumstances, supposedly, let's just assume it's true, he pushed forward and cut lightning fine. I think we also talked on stream about the possibility that maybe he used it as like a lightning rod or something. I don't know. Nobody knows because we don't see the scene. It's all legend. It's all myth. But looking at this and transforming this into he outsped a lightning bolt so that you can feed this narrative of Kakashi running around at lightning speeds. First of all, him being able to do that one time, even if he did do that to like sprint or dash or whatever to intercept the lightning bolt, while he specifically was using a Raikiri, what that means is that if Kakashi has a Raikiri active, then he can go that fast. Cool. So did he have a Raikiri on for 20 fucking days and nights while he was moving across countries, just like having his Raikiri like thrust forward across the countries? Maybe he's like got Thor's hammer or whatever, and he like swings it forward and he just flies between the countries. But he uses Raikiri instead, and he blasts away lightning bolts in his way. But that's not what this is fucking describing. This feels like such a Noodles ass move. I'm sorry because that's extremely derogatory, but that was what we ran into so many of these when we were going over the multiversal Naruto shed, like entry after entry, where he just like put up something that was vaguely relevant to what we were talking about, but then said something that was completely different from what was written, and then used like a vague, weird interpretation of it to kind of funnel into his overall argument. And we all know where that gets us. Fucking nowhere. It gets us into interesting, provocative ideas and thoughts, for sure. It sparks conversation. It can be funny, it can be entertaining, but come on, you can't use this to then say that like Kakashi just like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog's through the land of fire, dodging lightning bolts. That's not what this is saying.
Which at its slowest, the downstroke, travels at 587 times the speed of sound. There are statements...
This is... Okay. 1 second. let it play out.
That put the speed of trains in Boruto to lightning speed, and the statement I referenced earlier stated that the average shinobi can travel faster than trains and only uses them for convenience purposes. If I were to use that calc, it would put planet N's circumference at over 200 million miles, or over 2 times the distance that the length between the Earth and the Sun occupies. So if you think that this 13.87 times calc is a highball, please understand how insane it can get if we take their actual speed calcs into consideration.
Okay, it can't. It cannot. You are very confused, my friend, and I'll try to help. 1 second. Okay, resetting the music. So, I want to go back over here. Okay? Take a look at this
At
quote.
587 times the speed of sound.
I'm going to leave that alone for now, because we got bigger fish to fry.
There are...
Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay? I think he did mention that this was from Garahiden before. I don't recall. Let's just assume that he did give him the benefit of the doubt, okay? Doesn't look like an official translation, but that's fine. Maybe there's not one available. Let's read. Shinobi did use lightning trains, I don't know, I'm doing a bit, by the way. I don't know what this is. I'm curious as to what this is. Is it an X? Is it like a thumbtack or like a jack? Is it a period that's just been distorted? I don't know what this is. I'm curious, but let's ignore that for now. Lightning trains and steam trains, or blimps, when the situation called for their necessity, but they were simply faster at traveling by foot than other normal people. Oh yeah, we read this before. Shinobi could go down a trackless path and make a journey of 1,000 miles without a single break. For them, their own 2 legs were the most reliable method of transport. Okay, so this all checks out. This all seems legit. But I'm curious what this is, because this is not an English language character that I recognize. So, he said it was from Garahiden. Okay, here's a copy of Garahiden. What happens if I type in this? Okay. Well, there's one of those things over there, but this is not what we were looking for. What about this? Okay. Again. Oh, I see. So these are like little asterisks that point to translator's notes. So I see. Okay, well, this isn't what was relevant to our discussion, so let's keep going. Okay, here we go. Shinobi did use lightning trains. I see. So this is an asterisk, which means that this is pointing to a translator's note. I am curious about what the translator's note might be. I am skeptical as to the original intention of this statement. Let's see if we can find anything out. Oh, look, it took literally 1 click on a button on google.com/Chrome. Let's read together, shall we? Extra translator notes. This puzzled me quite a bit initially, because the kanji literally says thunder/lightning car, but there's no such kanji used to refer to cars in real-life Japan, so I initially just went with a verbatim translation. Later, though, I figured it out. Train in Japanese is electric car. Electricity in the Nardiverse, I love Nardiverse by the way, is powered by lightning. Thus, lightning car equals electric car equals lightning train LOL. A lightning train is the equivalent of an RL electric train, basically. So, couple of things. Okay? Couple of thoughts. How fast do electric trains go? Oh, let's look at this. Okay? Take in these sights. Take a look at these beautiful, sexy trains here. Lovely trains. Love me some trains, okay? Genuinely like trains a lot. Now, let's take a look at some of the mile per hour values. So we get a maglev train at 374. We got, let's see, where's the Shinkansen? Is it not even showing up here? Charosa says 245. Various maglevs over there. Oh, these are the world's fastest trains, okay. What about, like, how fast do Amtrak trains go? Now we're starting to get to trains that look a little bit more like Boruto's. Oh. Amtrak trains can travel at various speeds depending on the route and infrastructure, while some long-distance routes are limited to 79 miles per hour due to track conditions. The Excella Express reaches speeds of up to 150 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. 160 miles per hour, 79 miles per hour. So we're getting up there, 150, right? These are trains, like the sort of trains you'll find just going to a variety of different places in the Northeast, as well as similar sort of train that you can see going through the United States. Let's see this. How fast do Shinkansen go? Shinkansen trains, also known as bullet trains, typically go up to 200 miles an hour. These are some of the fastest trains in the world for like baseline commercial purposes. 200 miles an hour is pretty damn fast. Okay, it's pretty impressive. How fast is the downstroke of a speed light? Okay. So okay, that's a little bit faster than trains, I think. Let's see. 220,000 miles per hour from a cloud to the ground. Let's just go with that. That seems like a nice round number. So 220,000 miles an hour versus 200 miles an hour. Okay. So this person who provided this translation, which as far as I know was not credited, again, not credited. And if I'm wrong about that, then I genuinely apologize, because I might have just missed it. I might have made a mistake, but this is a plague in the community. It's just like not crediting people for their translations. So on that note, by the way, this is what it looks like. Here's the fan translation. Okay. On that note, this is the official translation. Here it is, for anybody who's curious. Okay. I need to live up to my own standards. I need to not be hypocritical about that. Okay. Please call me out if I make the same mistake, because I am forgetful. I will forget sometimes, and I don't want to be taking other people's work and not thanking them for it. Okay. Fan translation. Fan translation included a very helpful, informative explanation as to what this means. Referred to electric cars, referred to a real-world analog of a lightning train. Okay? Not a train that goes at the speed of fucking lightning. A train that is powered by lightning because it is electrical. Okay? It has electricity going through it. We looked at some speed values for trains. We saw that we could maybe get them up to 200 miles an hour if we assumed they're vaguely like Shinkansen. Now let's take a look at the trains in Boruto. See that shit in the background there? A little too blurry, huh? Let me make this a little bit clearer. So, Boruto train. So these are the trains in Boruto. That's what I was using as my background. Here's another one. You notice how this little kid is standing on top of it? You notice how in this one, these little kids are standing on top of it? There's a couple episodes that I saw where the characters jump on and off of the trains, like little kids, like little Genin, that they managed to jump off and off on the trains. I think this one is a fan one I saw before. Here's a couple of kids standing on top of the train. Okay, so if I asked you to choose, they're eating food, having lunch, drinking drinks. Okay, if I asked you to choose, and gun to your head, you have a choice, and you have to choose between whether you think that this train peaks at a max speed of 200 or 220,000 miles an hour. Which would you choose? Just curious. Which one seems more reasonable to you? Which one seems more grounded? Which one seems more in context? Look at this. Look at these guys. What kind of a train do you think that they're on right now? If you actually look at the amount of, I don't know, wind that's pushing up on their clothes, do you think they're on a 220,000 mile an hour train? Or maybe it's more like 200. Maybe it's more like 30. Considering this is basically a fucking tram with these little accordion connectors. These are like subway cars, man. That's kind of funny, actually. Okay. I don't want the AI slop. Jesus Christ. We got on here. These are basically subway cars. These are like L trains, right? Look at that. Look at that shit. That's what these are. You don't believe me? Okay, good. Good. Don't believe people. Go and look it up yourself. Hey, check it out. Check it out. From this manga called Boruto. And in it, there's some motherfuckers who travel on trains. Here's a train. Here it is. Here it is. This is what the train looks like. Those are the tracks. These are the cars. This is what it looks like inside the train. Okay, it's a pretty nice train. It's a nice little luxury train. Here's another one. Oh, notice how it has a lightning bolt on it. I guess that means that it travels at the speed of lightning. I guess that means that this train moves at 220,000 miles per hour. Right? Because it's got a lightning bolt on it. So it's a lightning train. So it travels at the speed of lightning. So all these like little kids and civilians and people like drinking their drinks, whatever, they're about to have their fucking organs obliterated as this thing takes off. But okay. Okay. We're all good. Here's another situation where characters are leisurely traveling on a train. Leisurely traveling on a train. I actually want to talk about this one because it puts everything into context. So if you're not familiar with Boruto, there is a scene in Boruto where a character named Ada, this person here, travels a long distance to get from her current place to Konoha. You may notice that the place that she's in is cold. It's cold because it is the land of snow. I actually thought it was the land of iron. Let me see. But either way, do we actually have a differentiation between the land of iron and the land of snow here? Land of flowers, land of silence, land of woods, land of snow. Hidden snow village. Oh god, where the fuck is that? Okay, hang on a second. I thought it was gonna be easier. I have no idea where the fuck this is. Land of snow. It's on. Okay, it's on like a brown smudge somewhere. Like here? Oh, maybe it's up here. Okay, I don't fucking know. Oh, here, Land of Frost. I'm going somewhere with this. This is important, I promise. Super crowded, unreserved seats. Dr. Kakashi. Okay. So, the idea here is that this character, Ada, has to go to Konoha. And she has to take the train. And we're told that the train takes 3 to 4 days to return to Konoha. And that they're coming from the land of snow. And, of course, I don't know how far the fucking land of snow is. So, I guess it depends on how you interpret this, right? So, the land of snow is probably, if I'm interpreting this correctly and looking at this color correctly, sort of sandy color, it's either over here, which doesn't make any sense because the train wouldn't work, or it's over here, but that doesn't make sense either because where we see snow tends to be around here. So I think it's either, if this map is correct, it would be somewhere in here. We don't really see snow there when we go there in the series, so I'm wondering if it was meant to be here. Either way, let's just assume that it is somewhere in this region, okay? We can dispute that later. This person travels on one of these trains, and the train takes 3 or 4 days to get there. Let's say 3 days. Let's say it's going... Let's say 4 days to make it longer, make it a greater distance, okay? So let's say it traveled from... Yeah, it's by... Oh, I see. So it's like by the water. So it would be maybe like somewhere around here, something like that. I don't know. Let's just pick a spot that's relatively close, because that will result in a longer predicted distance. Then we can go and investigate it more. So if that's the case, it's going to go across from over here, and that's going to take 3 or 4 days by train. How far can you travel in a Shinkansen in 1 day? 1,000 miles. 1,000 kilometers. It can cover 1250 miles. Okay. So obviously we could look into that more extensively. We could try and research it some more and figure out if that's a reasonable figure. But if we start with 1250 and we take that, let's just bring it up to, let's bring it up to 4,000 miles, right? And say that over the course of 3 days, it's 4,000 miles. Fuck it, let's say 5,000 miles, okay? Now, pick where you think the land of, what's it called? Snow actually is. If the land of snow is over here, then it's 4,000 miles from here to here. If the land of snow is over here, it's 4,000 miles from here to here. Pick whatever place you want that you think matches up with whatever the fuck this is. No shade to the content creator or anything like that. But yeah. Oh, I should find the credit for this 1 second. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, that's not it. Can I just do this? Oh. Okay. I'm losing my train of thought. I will find the credit for this afterwards and post it in the description. Actually, I literally think I just typed in like Naruto map, right? And it was this one here. Yeah. So here's the Reddit thread. Here, yeah. Yes. Oh, it is the same one. It's a Detective Evidevi. Okay, good. So yeah, go give Detective Evidevi some love, and show some appreciation for the map. Okay. Anyway, so pick wherever you want, right? Either the Land of Snow is here, the Land of Snow is here, here, wherever it is. It's that. This is 4,000 miles. This is 4,000. This is 4,000, right? So that makes sense, right? Because if it's something like, I don't know, even if we said it's something like 20,000 miles from up here to up here, then 4,000 miles from here to here would also make sense. If we said it was something like 10,000 miles from here to the Land of Waves, okay, again, that kind of makes sense. Here's another data point that we could actually put into consideration. Oh, Axel Gray, sorry, I missed your points there. Axel says going at light speed, yeah, it's just slamming into the wall at the slightest, like hitting a penny on the rails will basically send them into the fucking stratosphere. Oh, sorry, it says, I was faster than light once, but then I changed the timeline on accident. Oh no. You should have changed it to accelerate yourself even further beyond. Axel Gray says, above Mountain Graveyard. Okay, yeah, that seems reasonable. So if you think it's like around here somewhere, that actually makes sense because we don't really see snowiness happen until we get to this level of elevation anyway, right? So, obviously the Land of Frost, that would work. But wait a minute, where's the fucking Shinobi Allied Forces HQ? Because, yeah. Well, there's the Land of Frost, there's the enemy hideout. Auto sound, cloud. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just go with your idea. I think it's probably correct. It seems to make a lot of sense. So, anyway, to kind of summarize all this, because I know I kind of got off track a little bit. The point of me bringing all this up with the trains and stuff is that we actually have a very clear, very explicit statement about the distance that it takes for a character to get from one of these other countries, wherever you put it, over here, to the Land of Fire. And if we're going to use, not to Land of Fire, specifically to Konoha, and if we're going to use that as a framework, then okay, great. Now we have the opportunity to do so by referencing real-world trains, which we should do since we're already doing real-world horses and shit like that. And if we put all that together, then we can, even if we highball it, even if we're like kind of wormy about it, we can get this to like 4,000 miles, and that highball still fits in perfectly with the highballs that we've done from all this other stuff, and doesn't like have us go anywhere fucking remotely near the planet being 172,000 miles across or whatever the fuck it was. I don't even know if that was just the size of the continent or the planet itself. And absolutely not anywhere near the multiple millions of miles or whatever, which is just nonsense. It's bogus. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make any sense at all when you think about it. And actually put it into context of the other things that are present. So I want to point out also how disappointing it is that we get the quote, but the quote includes the asterisks, but we don't actually get the context of the author's translation work, right? Because not only is this taken out of context, and not only is it an assumption that just something called a lightning train would travel at the speed of lightning, like what you just can't. If you go to the fucking like amusement park and you get on a roller coaster, and the roller coaster is called like the Thunderbolt, do you think that shit goes at the speed of lightning? Like you can just call things by expressive or hyperbolic names, right? But again, what is this saying over here? It's assuming that because it's called a lightning train, that it goes at the speed of lightning. On screen, we see the asterisk indicating that there's a translator's note. We don't even bother looking at the translator's note, eh? In addition to not crediting the translator, we're not even giving a shit why they translated things the way that they did. And now we're using that as part of this completely dishonest, maybe I shouldn't say dishonest, I should say misleading, confused, strange argument about what this means that since these trains travel at lightning speed, then people can travel faster than the trains. Now, remember again that like if Kakashi has to come from, I don't know, here to here, If he gets on a horse and then he gets on a train and the train goes down like this and then it stops over here and blah, 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 what's faster, doing all that or taking a straight line? Obviously, it's faster if he can just run there. But that doesn't mean he's running faster than the train. He could actually be consistently running way slower than the train and still get there way faster because the train is fucking going all over the place, right? It's about routing. It's about context. It's about, like, overall, I don't know how to say other than that. Context is fine. Just leave it at that.
Are statements that put the speed of trains in Boruto to lightning speed?
I mean, there literally aren't, actually. There literally are not. That is just, like, not true. There aren't. Please prove me wrong. Please show me a single statement. Anyone is invited to participate in this. Show me one single statement, literally one, that puts the speed of them at lightning speed. Please.
And the statement
Oh, hey, Dr. Strangle. It's okay, man. It's gonna. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're doing well. The video on demand is going to go up and be left up as always. At this point, I am like, I haven't eaten dinner and I'm like over caffeinated and I'm basically just rambling. I'm gonna wrap it up in like 10 minutes. But just so you know, really, as usual, I basically got through like 5 minutes of the video. And I got through, like, an explanation of Redaku and all that, but I didn't talk about Land of Waves, I didn't really talk much about Boruto, and I didn't get to any of these scans, and I also didn't pull out the simulator, so there's still a lot of shit to talk about, and I also haven't done any of the calcs or anything like that, which I'd love to get your opinions on at some point, so there's definitely going to be a part 2 next week, and we, you know, feel free to ask any questions, or if you want me to like go over anything or you missed anything you want me to spend more time on, I'm more than happy to do so. Really, I was kind of hoping to spend like naively like half an hour on the video, half an hour on Redaku, and then spend the rest of the time being like, dude, check out this picture, look, it's so cool, Naruto, look at the colors here, look at the kunai, and like it's in a little pool of water, dude, and like the blood, oh, that's so cool, dude, look at all the detail in this village, like, look at the people over here, and then like the curvature of this bridge is so cool. Like, that's what I was planning on doing today. Was basically just like being super positive, be like, oh my god, look at this panel, like it's so cool, the field and the sun and everything, it's so cool, look at the mountains in the background, and we're gonna get to that. So that's gonna be the next stream. You missed the salty, rambly kind of stream tonight, but that's okay. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, says you won't reach 1K tonight. Sorry, opponent, more like fraud. No. It's Google's the fraud for holding you back from achieving your 1K vision. But let me wrap this up.
I referenced earlier stated that the average shinobi can travel faster than trains and only uses them for convenience purposes.
That's not really what the statement said. And again, it's like, you're assuming that means, or Sage is assuming that means that like they can travel consistently faster than the speed of a train, but you haven't really explored what the speed of the train actually is, or like, I don't know. I don't have any problem with like if a train can go 100 miles an hour, and if you were to say like Kakashi, if he's really sprinting and really pushing himself, like he could go 100 miles an hour, like sure, whatever. If we were in debate, I might ask you to whatchamacallit, to provide a calc for that. But if we're just chatting casually, we're just like, you know, shooting the shit about the series, that's fine. But that's not what's happening here.
If I were to use that calc, it would put planet N's circumference at over 200 million miles.
That doesn't work. Again, like, horses don't work this way, trains don't work this way, and planets don't work this way. I'm gonna save the planetary stuff for next time because I have a whole thing planned and I don't want to rush it. But yeah, that's also also not how planets work.
Or over 2 times the distance that the length between the Earth and the Sun occupies.
Yeah, again, I'm not gonna spoil it, but there are reasons why this doesn't make any goddamn sense.
So if you think that this 13.87 times calc is a highball,
it is.
Please understand how insane it can get if we take their actual speed calcs into consideration.
I mean, do it. Like, fucking do it. Put down some actual speed calcs and, like, I don't know. I'm probably not the right... No, fuck it. Like, I don't even know, like, what to say. It's fine. It's whatever. I think it can be genuinely, like, fun and entertaining to think of Naruto's planet as being 200 million miles across. And if that's what floats your boat, then great. Have a great time being in that inside of the in the boat and floating in it. Like, that's fine. It's your boat. I'm gonna rock it. I'm gonna push you out of the boat. You can enjoy being in that boat. But like, I just don't understand. Like, I'm personally very frustrated and confused. Like, why wouldn't you then Google like how big a planet could get? Why don't you think about like what the implications would be for the solar system? I actually asked Sage, like, hey, you know that there's a lot of things that go into a planet being a planet, right? Like rotation around the axis and that speed and atmospheric pressure and gravity and, you know, like the core and the density and all that stuff. So can we really assume that like any planet could ever get that high and that big? Does that make any sense? And I believe his response was, the solar system would just scale. Oh yeah, I asked like, how would that affect the moon? How would that affect the other planets and the sun and all that? I believe his response was, the solar system would just scale too. Like, I would have been happier and appreciated it more if he had just told me to fuck off. If he had just said, I don't want to talk about this, because that would have felt much more honest and would have set the tone better. But that's essentially what it feels like, you know. It's essentially saying, I don't care, it would probably work out, I guess. And I just can't relate to that. I don't understand what it's like to operate in that way, I guess. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to say that I guess I just have, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it literally doesn't compute. I don't get it. I think I'm missing something. There's like something fundamental that I don't understand about the process of making Naruto content, I guess, that I'm just not clicking with. And help me understand what the point of any of this is. Yeah, this is my therapy session. Sorry, not sorry. Dr. Strangle says, I just got here, so I won't hold you up. Oh yeah, no worries. If you have any questions, I can try to answer it. You're not going to get super coherent answers from me right now. I apologize. I'm kind of like at my breaking point, or like tipping point of sanity or whatever. I'm exaggerating, of course, but yeah, like I'm clearly like kind of fatigued. Dr. Strangle says, reliable does not equal speed. Oh, you mean like max speed doesn't equal the consistent reliable speed, like sustainable over time? That's kind of what I was trying to say. I'm not sure if I got it across very well. Dr. Strangle also says, I like to joke about FTL One Piece chess. I mean, it can be fun. Like, it can generally be fun to, like, I don't want to use the term rage bait, because I generally don't like making people upset. But at the same time, sometimes it can be fun, especially if you're all in on it, to just say something like Kakazu beats pain. Like, what the fuck did you just say? Okay, let's hash this out, right? Like, there is some entertainment to be had in that. Do you think that, I don't know anything about One Piece, to be honest. I know that Crocodile is a person. I think there's another person called Doflamingo. And I think there is another character called Mihawk. And I got really excited because I thought, oh, clearly there's like Doflamingo, Mihawk. There's then going to be like a Ray Sparrow, or like a fucking, I don't know, like a Fa Penguin. And there's going to be like a whole musical collection of different people with musical notes. And I was disappointed to know that that doesn't happen. But I guess Crocodile is probably cool. That's what I've heard. Dr. Strangle then says we could probably be able to balance any number of variables to get a planet of any size that is equal to being like the surface of our planet, but the likelihood is ridiculously small for the outcomes. Yeah, I would agree with that. And not to tip my hand too much, but like I've been looking into this a little bit, and yeah, you can definitely get our planet. You could like scale our planet up like with a slider to about 13 to 14 times its current radius, and have it be stable and be okay. Like over the course of multiple, I don't know, millennia probably, I forget exactly what the time frame is, there will be things that change, and I don't remember if life is like sustainable in the extreme long term. But you can do it, and it's like somewhat reasonable. But there's a very, very thin line after which, at least with the method I was using, that planet then stops being a planet. It certainly stops being like a rocky, habitable planet, and then it stops being a planet entirely. And yeah, we'll play with the whole like multiple astronomical units in size thing next time. Sorry says, wait, does this mean my answer on Discord to you about the light arrows where I said, who knows, it just turns into a beam. I don't question it any further than that. TBH was honest enough for you. Yeah, no, that feels very different. Because I was being genuine. I literally don't question it any further than what the Game and Lore books say. No, that's totally fine. Look, I want to be clear that I should have started off the stream by talking more about this, but basically, like, I like headcanon, genuinely, and I also think that the thing that the Naruto community, or Naruto, like, evaluator or content creator community is lacking is, like, fun and playfulness and creativity in interpretations. I am not advocating for everybody to have, like, a laser focus and dictionary level of precision with everything they create. In fact, I think that stifles creativity, or with everything that they think or feel or conclusions that they come to about a series. I think that stifles creativity, and I think that pushes us away from a deeper, more genuine understanding of the work. I think we need to have our own personal boundaries in terms of what stuff we are and are not interested in. I think we should find subjects that we are passionate about, I suppose, and then figure out how that fits into our own framework. Personally, there are things about the Naruto universe, like, that I just am not that interested in investigating, and I don't really care. If somebody comes to me and asks me to scale, like, taijutsu across the series and prove to them who is the best taijutsu user, I won't. Like, no offense to anybody who is into that stuff, genuinely, but I just personally can't, like, hold it all in my head, and I don't care that much. It doesn't, like, motivate me to understand taijutsu. It's just not what I'm really passionate about. So with the light arrow thing, it seems to me like you got to a good place where you were content with what you understood about it, and you had done your own exploration, and were happy with that. And you also kind of explained some things about it, and were honest about how you had come to those, like, put up those, how can I say? I'm doing a better job of explaining. It felt to me like you were saying, I did this exploration, and this is what I found, and this is what I learned, and then I was like, okay, that's enough. Like, I'm content with this for now, right? That you didn't then turn around and say that, like, and because of that, the light arrows are this, and you should believe this too, and, like, I'm gonna make a video and, like, get paid money for it, and then tell other people that this is what they should believe, right? It was more like, this is the personal bounds of my own exploration and my own interest, and that felt, like, totally fine. If I were to go back into that conversation, I think I sort of disagreed with you a little bit. Like, I think I was like, maybe we could explore this a little bit more. Like, if you and I were on, like, a Discord call or something and we were working on a video together, I would say, well, let's go through all the light arrows in the series, and let's not just read the lore descriptions, but let's also, like, watch a video footage of them being shot out of the bow and really see, like, okay, is it a light ray, or do we actually see the little projectile? Can we see the arrow in there? Etc., etc. Let's look at the bows themselves. Let's talk about, like, does Link's bow get a power up when he uses a light arrow, or is it still the same mechanical thing? Like, there's plenty of things that we could dive into and investigate more. And if you think that would be fun, then it's something we could do. But it didn't feel like you had gotten to this point where you were like, I honestly, I don't know how else to phrase it, but the fact that you had said, and now I'm done, and that's, like, where I'm comfortable stopping, that in and of itself feels very, very different to this. Maybe I'm being unfair to Sage. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be fair, believe it or not. But the thing that's rubbing me the wrong way about this, and the thing that's rubbing me the wrong way about, like, Noodle's videos and stuff like that, is just this attitude, not of, well, I explored it to the point where I felt comfortable, and here's my exploration, and now here's what you think. It's more like the manipulation of the source material and the callousness towards putting it into any context. It's the this is good enough for me, so it should be good enough for you type thing. This is good enough for me because I can use it to win an argument. What does it Sage said? It's like, I can clear this point because it's likely. Okay, so really your motivation here was to make sure you got your point across and quote-unquote win the dialogue. I don't find that impressive or compelling at all. And when it's coupled with what I perceive to be manipulation of the source material, or at least misinterpretation of the source material, then yeah, I'm not going to be a fan of it. But that feels very different from like saying this is like I'm done. Like this is where I'm setting my boundary. Does that seem fair? Sorry, did that kind of answer your question? I definitely did not think you were blowing me off. I know I love engaging with you too. It's always a lot of fun. You're always provide like good commentary and insight, and as well as within the Zelda framework, you definitely know a lot more than I do. So if I was going to challenge you, so to speak, I would need to do my research as well. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit awkward, to be totally honest, because I don't want to be fair. I don't want to be unfair to anyone, and I don't want to feel like I'm saying you don't care enough for my standards and you're not doing enough good enough job for me, and like why aren't you catering more to my level? I just, at the end of the day, like to make it as non-personal as possible, I just want us all to like understand the series as best as we can, and not that we all come to the same conclusions, but that we all like understand the foundation, and that we all have the same tools and the same resources, and can then use those to craft whatever kind of vision we want of the series. If we want to make our own like headcanon, if we want to make our own fan fiction or whatever else, or if we want to have debates and try to figure out how to test our ideas, that's all fine. But can we please do it from a perspective of like integrated knowledge, of curiosity about ramifications, of not just scouring through or skimming through and finding one thing that fits your perspective and then asserting that, like drawing a line in the sand over that. Just be open to other data. Be curious to pursue more data. Just, I don't know. And if you're not, that's okay. It's totally fine. You can say that I'm not. You can say that you're not. You can say, this is what I was able to do today. This is the scope of this video. Six has done that in some of his videos. He's been like, yeah, this is a longer topic. I'm going to talk about it for 10 minutes. I'm done, right? Like, and I'll come out of that being like, shit, man, I really wanted you to talk about it for 10 hours. You're not going to do that. That's okay. But I don't get the impression then that he's like, doesn't care about it. So, and I'm not saying that Sage doesn't care. I'm just saying he doesn't care enough. So, Dr. Strangle says, I also think there is a point where we are thinking about a mechanic of a series. Oh, I think I missed quite a few messages. I'm sorry. Let me go back up. We could probably be able to... Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Like, one thing we could do is to scale the planet up, but then have it hollow. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. And I think I mentioned this before. I don't know if you were here at the time, Dr. Strangle, but also, no fantasy author is bound or locked into, like... making accurate physics, right? So yeah. Sorry, but at the same time, if we as power scalers are going to step down or are going to specifically choose to use a real world basis, like looking at horse speeds and train speeds and stuff like that for our math, if we're going to use like even F equals ma and like the radius of an explosion and pounds of TNT or whatever to try and understand things, then we are opening up the door for a particular kind of perspective, a particular kind of precision with our language. And I think it's important that we be consistent, right? Like if I start pulling out scaling for pain using like Shinra Tensei and stuff like that, and then you dispute it, and I turn around and been like, well, why are you disputing me? Why are you using math to try and argue with me about a fantasy setting, right? Okay, well then I've created a double standard. We don't need to use math to understand Pain as a character or to understand the scope of his destruction or anything like that. Nobody's obligated to do that. And in fact, I think sometimes it's better if you don't. But if you find power scaling fun, if you find calcing fun, and I do, then great. Let's just all make sure that we're on the same page and we're being fair with each other and we're using the same resources and tools and all that stuff. Dr. Strangle says, sorry, Zapone, I also think there's a point where you're thinking more about a mechanic of a series than the author has, and then take a step back like, wait, something I'm coming around on for something like this is lightning speed. Yeah, I do think that what happens is, I use the analogy of like the square peg in the round hole before. I think that at a certain point, you know, we have to have a little bit of humility in terms of, there's this idea that like since we're using math to understand the series, then that means that since math is objective, that we're developing an objectively correct take of the series, which can be true, I guess. But also keep in mind that an author might decide to just make an explosion look really, really, really big, for example, in a way that completely breaks the power scaling for that character, because in that moment they want that scene to look really amazing and shocking, right? So they're allowed to bend and even break the rules of their own universe for narrative purposes. Sometimes you get authors who are very, very precise about the scaling and their proportions and everything. Sometimes you get authors who are much more like loose and free with the way that they or like abstract or impressionistic about the way that they portray things. Don't know why my voice went out that. The way that they portray things. God damn it. Really getting tired. But anyway, so I think it really just comes down to like what house rules we agree on. Like, how are we going to the vast majority of people who read Naruto and understand and love Naruto and like I don't know, played around as Naruto characters as kids and whatever, don't like pull out a TI-83 when they read the fucking manga. We're choosing to do this because we think it's fun and interesting, but nobody needs to do any of this stuff in order to understand the series. It's just for fun, right? It's for fun, it's for edification, education, and all that shit. So, yeah, no, sorry, I hope that my response was good. Dr. Strangle says, oh yeah, okay. Sorry, says, actually, that's the thing sometimes, like in Spirit Tracks, light arrows charge up from an arrow into a bolt of light. Oh, cool, yeah, from being held. Then other times it's just like, here's a boat shoots light. Yeah, so like, I would probably say that as long as it's a bolt, if it's a bolt with light attached to it, that it would probably have the same speed of a bolt. But then if it switches into a beam, then it would probably have different properties and a different speed. And like, we could jump into it and we could look at them and like break that apart. But also, you know, the way that you phrase it is very important. The way you phrase it was like, to me, it makes sense that, if I'm remembering your argument correctly, it was like, since all of these types of arrows have had the phrase like power of light applied to them throughout the series, then as far as I'm concerned, we can just say that they're light speed or something like that, right? And you were providing the evidence and you were saying, here's my interpretation, and this is why I'm okay with it and moving on. You gave us all the information and all the resources in a way that felt honest, that we could easily, like, I don't know anything about any of that, but I saw that and I was like, oh, cool, we could, like, if you want, we could go into this deeper, and like, I already know what I would say, and you know, like, it was all there right in front of me. Hopefully that makes some sense. Dr. Strangle says, I think this is more of a problem of confirmation bias for argumentation than anyone else, or motivated reasoning bias. Yeah, you're really good with the like the philosophical terms and stuff like that. I need to I think it was you, right, last time when I was describing that like statistical phenomenon of there being like the number one thing is always 50% of the total market share, the number two is like 25, and you're like, oh yeah, that's the fish effect or something like that. But that's cool. You've given me some more terms to look into. And we were talking about a particular kind of logical fallacy or something last time. Fuck, when we talked about Jordan Peterson, that came up. That was really cool. I appreciate that. Axel says, I want to have fun power scaling. Yes, please. Please. Oh, Zipf's Law. Yeah, exactly. The fish law. You all remember the fish law? But yeah, Axel, I think that's the point. Like, to me, there's 2 points to this. One is to develop a deeper understanding yourself of the series and of the art and the artist's work, and to or the artist's the artist's work, and to develop a deeper understanding and connection yourself with the series, and then two, and to share that with others. I guess that's all kind of part of part one. And then, oh god damn it, yeah. I need to stop, like, get that name out of my mouth, but yeah. But part two is just like having fun. Right? That's why I don't like sympathize at all with all the hostility and shit that comes out of the debate scene, because like, what the fuck are you even doing? Like, it's for fun. It's manga. We're talking about art, man. Are you so fucking mad? I think it was Omni who recommended that I check out that Seth's recent stream, and like, I couldn't do it. Like, I will do it if people want me to talk about it, but like 5 minutes in, and he was like literally shrieking, like screaming about skeptics, and I was just like, how do you go through your life that mad at shit, you know? I don't understand. I can't relate to it. 1 + 1 = 2, but that does not mean there's an objective frame of reference. True. we have to calibrate our math to what we actually see. And like, well, this is why I don't know if you saw me mention this earlier, but like, I asked Sage about the whether or not we could calc the angle of the planet from stuff like this. You know, that's probably a fisheye lens type effect, but more like where was it from the Boruto stuff on here? Yeah, like stuff like this. Like, why can't we just take screenshots like this and then like use the size of the god tree and then use the curvature of the earth and then try to get a sense of how big the earth is? And the response I got was because they're inconsistent. And I'm like, yeah, fucking of course they're inconsistent. They're not going to be like mathematically precise every single time. But also, there's got to be like fucking 20 or 30 shots we could pull up from the war arc and just look at a bunch of different angles and take a bunch of different calcs and get like an average at least to get us somewhere, some kind of approximation. And that's I guess the core difference. Saria, it's like if we were talking about the size of the Naruto planet and you responded by saying like, look, I looked it over and to me it looks like it's the size of our planet. This continent looks about the same size as far as I'm concerned. Until anybody proves me otherwise, like, I would think it's the same size. Okay, that's totally fine. And if I responded to that, though, by saying, hey, look, I did all these calcs, or I'm curious about doing all these calcs, do you want to look at these with me? Do you want to, like, look at the god tree? Do you want to look at the Bijou bomb and stuff like that? And see if we can confirm your conclusion? If you responded to me by saying, no, I'm not interested, thank you, I would be like, cool, totally fine, awesome, good job setting boundaries, no worries there at all. If you said, those calcs are just inconsistent and bad, like those screenshots are just like not usable, and I asked you why and you didn't respond, and like that would be a problem. Do you see? Does that kind of make sense, the difference between those two things? Okay. Well, friends, thank you genuinely for entertaining my ramblings for so long. I was clearly quite frustrated this time around. I want to say, for the record, may it please the court, that I don't think like Sage is bad people or anything like that. I don't think he's stupid or dumb. I don't think he's really dishonest, even though I think he did some things that are misleading in this video, and it seems suspicious. Like, why would you swap back and forth between translations? That to me does seem dishonest, but it could have been a mistake. I don't know. I'd rather give people the benefit of the doubt. But I am very frustrated because time and time again, I just I see that this series that I love kind of almost treated like an excuse to argue with other people, and in the process of doing that, it kind of, the parts about it that I really enjoy personally, I think wind up getting kind of stripped down or misrepresented. And when that happens, I think everybody suffers. I think the people making that kind of content in the first place wind up cheating themselves out of having a deeper, more thorough, and more nuanced understanding of the series. I think viewers wind up getting cheated because they're only getting fragmentary representations of the source material. And look, a lot of people out there don't know like that there are novels, or where to get the novels, or if they're canon, or like what's happening in the novels or anything like that, right? So like sometimes stuff like this, and a lot of Naruto fans haven't necessarily all read Boruto and stuff like that. So when you quote stuff out of context, when you take stuff out of context like that, you can intentionally or unintentionally just wind up giving people a skewed and distorted view of the world, of the world building. And I think that's pretty much it. I basically, my hope and my goal is just to try to encourage people to just do more research, to do more investigation, because it can only benefit you, right? Like if you want, I read 3 of the novels, and I reread parts of the series and all that, and there was a good chance that I would have proven myself wrong and proven Sage right by doing that, right? Like but at the end of the day, if I did all that effort and all that work, and I came to the conclusion that Sage was right the whole time and I was wrong, and so completely misguided, oh no, at the end of the day, like, what happened? Like, what is my lose condition there? Oh, I got to spend more time reading the series. I know more about it. I noticed more things that I didn't notice before. I understand how things fit better into context. Like, for me, despite being a bit stressful and anxiety-inducing or whatever, or like frustration-inducing, I come out of it feeling like I know the series better, and I feel like I want to encourage other people to do the same. Same thing. Yeah, I only started reading again, Saria, because of fucking Naruto debates. Uh, like I impulse bought like 5 or 6 novels and the Korra comics and shit like that. I shouldn't have bought all at the same time, but because yeah, it's the same thing. Like when Noodles was like showing some scans from the Funo Show book, I like impulse bought it while I was watching the video because like I have to have this. I need to see it. I need to see it myself. I need to scan it. Like I just something in me. It's like I gotta grab onto it. You know. But anyway. Yeah, I think so, Dr. Strangle. Sorry, I know that we are. I think we're like Discord friends. Are you in the server slash? Would you like to be in the server? But regardless, I think I can share it. Feel free to send me a message on Discord to remind me. I'm probably gonna like crash after the stream, like just go eat dinner and fall asleep. But yeah, I'd be happy to see if I can share it. I think I can have like 2 or 3 shared boards on a free account. So yeah, I feel a little bit like guilty to be honest. I'm just gonna be totally blunt about like being so harsh. And I hope I wasn't unfair. I hope I wasn't mean or spiteful. But I did feel the need to kind of vent some of the frustration that I've been having, not just from Sage, but just from like multiple people who have been approaching things in a way that I personally don't appreciate. And I hope that whoever listens to this winds up getting something positive out of it, not just getting the idea that I'm just like fucking angry old crotchety old man, although I totally am. Anyway, thank you so much everybody for your patience and for the engagement and for the conversation. I hope you have a great night, great rest of your weekend. Thursday will be more Clair Obscure, and next week we will get more into the cosmology with